Chapter 303. Hurry up and pack. Zhao Ning shouted out. The sky was still raining and the clouds were misty. He looked tired, but seemed to be in a good mood. He arranged for his disciples to move their belongings. It was raining non-stop, and all the important items had to be wrapped in oil paper and moved onto the carriages. Many Taoists were packing their belongings, and were moving them onto the carriages from time to time. The wind blew the rain onto the ground, forming a small stream that flowed downwards. The county official was accompanied by a bailiff. He was wearing a raincoat, and had wooden shoes on his feet. He held an umbrella and was walking in front of the main hall. He could see the entire place and could see the misty rain. The entire Free Cloud sect was shrouded in mist, and looked like a smoky haze. The mountain gates, roads and fields were all blurry, but the busy Taoists could be seen clearly. Each and every one of them were yelling out as they moved their valuables. "Looks like we'll have to wait until the afternoon," the bailiff said. "That's normal. Even you and I need a few days to move, much less a large sect like this." They didn't even bring most of their belongings along, and sealed the mountain gates. Only a few ordinary Taoists were left to guard the place. The county official said as he gestured to the bailiff. When the bailiff saw this, he rolled his eyes and said, "Your Excellency, my stomach hurts, and I need to go to the toilet." Hearing these words, the county official revealed a look of disgust and scolded, "You're such a busybody. Go and find someone to ask. Find a toilet to squat in." "Yes, Your Excellency." The bailiff had a bitter look on his face as he found a Taoist to ask for directions. He then found a toilet and squatted there. When he came out, he found a small forest and looked around to make sure no one was around. He then retrieved a small seal from his neck. "This small seal is really convenient. It can hide my Tao arts, and even mimics the qi of an official. It's perfect to use it here." The Taoist who was disguised as a bailiff retrieved a talisman and activated it. A bright light flashed and a Taoist appeared. He then reported everything to the bailiff before leaving. "Why are you squatting in a toilet for such a long time?" The county official chided. "Aren't you going to help?" "Yes, yes." The Taoist who was disguised as a bailiff hurriedly stepped forward to help. Baoyang County Government Hall. The county government office was also shrouded in the misty rain, looking like an ink painting. Xie Qingdong paced around in deep thought. Although the garden was not big, it was quite exquisite. The eaves of the pavilion were also half hidden in the rain. Standing here, he felt like he was the only one left. This concept is not bad, but it's a pity that it's not reality. Xie Qingdong suddenly thought of the Earth Immortal in his sect. He shook his head and sighed. If he stayed in his sect, he would never be able to break through to the Earth Immortal realm. Although he was confident in himself, he wasn't sure if King Lu would be able to succeed. He had complete faith in the blind Taoist as well. Of course, he didn't believe that the blind Taoist wouldn't succeed. This Pei Ziyun was his tribulation, and he had no choice but to think of a way to get rid of him. But would he be able to do so? No matter how many schemes there were, success still depended on the heavens. After an unknown period of time, Xie Qingdong broke into a laugh and turned around. He turned around and saw that in the drizzling rain, dozens of black-robed guards were coming in and out. Some of them were wearing straw raincoats and standing guard with swords in their hands. A Taoist came out to welcome him. "Young master, Free Cloud sect has sent news that the matter has been settled. All the important members of Free Cloud sect have moved. However, they won't be able to come today. They will arrive tomorrow," the Taoist reported to Xie Qingdong. Hearing this, Xie Qingdong was overjoyed as he clapped his hands. "Good, they're here. Our plan is half done." He took several steps forward before a dark cloud appeared in his heart. His expression turned serious. "I'm one step away from becoming an Earth Immortal. What's with this premonition?" The rain outside started to get heavier. Xie Qingdong looked out of the window and fell into deep thought. The Taoist who passed the news to him asked curiously, "Senior brother, why is your plan about to succeed, and yet you're so worried?" Xie Qingdong frowned, his expression was gloomy. "My plan is about to succeed, but I feel uneasy. You know, the stronger the Yin master, the more sensitive my intuition is. Uneasy means something is wrong." Boom! The sound of thunder rang out as the rain started to pour. Xie Qingdong took several more steps as he pondered. All of a sudden, he gave an order to the Taoist. "We can't rely on the bailiffs. Give the order to the black-robed guards to increase their patrols. We Taoists should split into several shifts and take turns to be on duty. Do not let anything slip." "Yes, senior brother." The Taoist started making arrangements and complained, "If it weren't for the fact that this is a government office, where the imperial qi is concentrated, we wouldn't be able to cast any spells. If not, it would save us a lot of energy." The government office was originally patrolled by bailiff. However, now that the black-robed guards and the Taoist had set up a line of defense, the entire government office became much tighter. As the night grew darker, the heavy rain turned into a light drizzle as it landed on the trees. Some water droplets landed on the leaves of the trees. Frogs started croaking as the rain stopped. The official road since the founding of the empire, most roads would be built. This was the official road. Both sides of the road were fields. This year's harvest was pretty good. There was plenty of rain, and the fields were filled with winter wheat. When the wind blew, the wheat sprouted up and down. However, it was already late at night, and there weren't many people around. At this point, the sound of galloping horses could be heard. Pei Ziyun was in front, and behind him were 50 riders. When they were about 2 miles away from the city, Pei Ziyun waved his hands, "Everyone dismount and wrap the hooves of the horses with cloth." Yes, these riders were all elite. They immediately dismounted and wrapped the hooves of the horses with cloth. They then led the horses nearer to Baoyang County, where they could see the city wall that was 5 meters tall. "Don't shout, let's climb over," Pei Ziyun ordered. "Bring the crossbows up and put them all on." Yes, the wall wasn't too tall, as the back of the horse was about 1 meter tall. Pei Ziyun leapt onto the horse's back and leapt onto the wall. He then lowered the reins. With the reins, things would be much easier. The riders left a few men behind to watch over the horses, while the rest of the 45 men carried the heavy crossbows as they climbed over the wall. In the city there was originally a night market. However, due to the chaos of the war, the streets had long since become quiet. However, it wasn't the front lines, and thus it was still relatively peaceful. Most of the commoners had already switched off their lights. Only a few houses had their windows lit up, while the wealthier houses had lanterns hanging from their roofs. The streets were narrow and long, and there were occasional night watchmen carrying lanterns and striking gongs. However, it rarely rained. When Pei Ziyun saw them, he whispered, "Without my orders, no one is allowed to kill anyone. Furthermore, no one is allowed to use the crossbows." Pei Ziyun gave his orders, and the soldiers around him responded in a low voice. There could be a trap within the city, and they had to be on their guard. However, they were not allowed to kill anyone. If they did, it would be used as evidence of their crimes. In the darkness, they could hear the cries of insects. Pei Ziyun led a group of men through the night, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. Occasionally, they would hear the howling of wolves and dogs from the mansions. All of these were hidden in the darkness, and the group managed to reach the magistrate's office safely. Pei Ziyun then ordered, "The magistrate might be suspicious. Load the crossbows carefully." Yes, the crossbows were loaded one by one. This was a 5-shot crossbow, and was extremely deadly. It could pierce through armor within a 30-meter radius. All of them were loaded. One of the guards stepped forward to investigate, but Pei Ziyun waved his hands to stop him. The officer then whispered, "Tao Master, there's something fishy about the people patrolling here. The constable leading them looks like a soldier, and not a constable." Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun scrutinized the area carefully, and his face fell. something's not right. There's something fishy going on. At this point, a Taoist carrying a lantern walked out and spoke to the leader of the night patrol. Pei Zi-yun then understood. Who is it? Is it Dark Altar Sect or Holy Jail Sect? Sneak in. Pei Zi-yun unsheathed his long sword and waved his hand. The group of men then snuck in. The 5 of them formed a group and approached the area silently. The black-robed guard felt uneasy and pulled out his blade. He then shouted, "Who's there?" There was no sound in the darkness, as though there was no one there. The bailiff then laughed. "Master Hong, did you hear wrongly?" The black-robed guard didn't think the same way. He scanned the darkness, and his body tensed up. He then walked closer and closer to inspect the area. He then slashed at a tree in the corner of the wall. Pooh! The blade pierced through the tree, but missed. It only managed to slice through a few vines. The bailiff then relaxed and smiled. "Master Hong, don't be too nervous." Before he could finish his sentence, Pei Zi-yun pounced forward like a cheetah. His speed was so fast that he was like a shadow. The black-robed guard had just turned around when he felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to pull out his blade, he felt his entire body go numb. The bailiff was about to scream when the blade flashed again, and fresh blood spurted out from his throat. Actually, it would be a lie to say that there was no sound. The corpse fell to the ground, and his throat was twitching and twitching. As long as he didn't scream, everything would be covered by the rain. An armored soldier appeared behind Pei Zi-yun, holding onto a crossbow. "The patrol team will be here in another 15 minutes. Kill them immediately and kill anyone you see. Try to make as little noise as possible." Pei Zi-yun said coldly. Yes. These cavalrymen were scouts from the army, and were well versed in the art of infiltration and assassination. The outer perimeter was made up of bailiffs, who were patrolling under the command of the black-robed guards. They carried torches and were extremely careful. From time to time they would look around cautiously. But when they turned to a corner, a few figures nimbly pounced on them, either with knives or by twisting their necks, killing them in the blink of an eye. "Tao Master, the 17 people on the outer perimeter have all been killed," the lieutenant reported in a low voice, "but look at the inner courtyard. We can't kill our way in like this." Pei Zi-yun looked carefully and saw that the inner courtyard was mainly patrolled by the black-robed guards. Not only had their numbers increased, but there were also Taoists inside. It was impossible to assassinate them. Pei Zi-yun laughed. He had dozens of scouts, why would he need to assassinate them? Earlier, he was just trying to reduce the number of people. Now, he could just attack. Besides, the 2 teams inside seemed to be changing shift. Under the night sky, these people were carrying lanterns. This was the inner courtyard, and there was no sound outside. "Let's change shift. There's food in the canteen inside. Tao Master said that the food will be doubled for the next few days, and there's even beef." Someone laughed. "Once we've completed our task, that's even better. We'll be promoted and rich. It's not about beef anymore." Someone else laughed. Seeing these people's expressions, Pei Zi-yun laughed coldly. These people dared to plot against his own sect and his mother. They had to be prepared to be killed by him. Pei Zi-yun waited for the 45 men behind him to get closer. He then ordered, "Aim at the people inside, especially the Taoists." Yes. Pei Zi-yun waved his hands, and the dozens of men aimed their crossbows at the Taoists. Their killing intent was released, but it was concealed by a faint ripple of energy. The night rain became even heavier. Chapter 304. Shoot! Seeing that the 2 groups had finished their shifts, and were now at their most relaxed, Pei Zi-yun gave the order. Following this order, a series of sharp whistles could be heard, breaking the silence of the rainy night. The black-robed guards couldn't be said to be unprepared. When they heard the order, they immediately drew their swords. It was just that the speed of the arrows was extremely fast. In a split second, the arrows pierced through the crowd, causing blood to splatter everywhere. "There's an enemy!" 7 to 8 black-robed guards fell to the ground, their bodies riddled with arrows. One of the Taoists reacted slightly slower, and was hit by 5 or 6 arrows. He turned into a porcupine, and no matter how many Tao arts he had, he couldn't execute them in time, and died instantly. There was another Taoist who reacted extremely quickly. He touched the weapon on his body, and with a buzz, inscriptions appeared on his robe. A bright light flashed, and the arrow pierced through the barrier, causing a muffled sound. However, the arrow was deflected by an inch, and carried with it an aura of death. The Taoist shouted out, "There's an enemy attack!" As soon as he shouted out, his shadow flickered, and like a ray of light, a sword flashed. The protective barrier had already been broken by the arrow for the second time. This time, there was no resistance at all, and a head flew off his neck, spitting out a meter of blood. County Magistrate, small halla gust of wind blew past, and the sound of the rain could be heard throughout the courtyard. It was quiet and secluded. The old Taoist then said, "Actually, Jibei Ho wasn't that confident. Although he and his 2 sons didn't make a move, his 3rd son and his grandson boarded the boat, and they even carried some silver with them." Oh, how much silver! Xie Dong was just making small talk, but his interest was piqued. Under the heavens, who didn't lack silver? Sometimes, he would listen to dramas where the emperor or a Taoist would give out 1,000 taels of silver. Xie Dong leaned closer to King Lu, and read through the details. Land tax was 20 million taels, grain 7 million stones, farmland 500,000 taels, grain 3 million stones, palace grain 200,000 stones, salt tax 6 million taels, and the newly opened customs tax was 450,000 taels. The rest of the taxes from tea, gold, silver, copper, iron, land tax, and other taxes added up to less than 500,000 taels. There were 27 million taels of silver in the world, and they were used for the government officials, the army, and the construction of the imperial court. The emperor himself could only use 1 or 2% of it. Every year, the Ministry of Revenue had a surplus of 1 or 2 million taels of silver. Who could casually give out 1,000 taels of silver? As for Dark Altar sect, they only had a few tens of thousands of taels of silver. Hence, Xie Dong was very interested in them. The old Taoist laughed. "We've had some dealings with Jibei Ho. Since we're trying to save face, we've received some news. I'm not sure of the exact figures, but it seems like they've moved tens of thousands of taels of silver." Tens of thousands of taels, that's not a small amount. Xie Dong sighed. King Lu only earns tens of thousands of taels a year. The old Taoist smiled. "This is moving the treasury. It's fine if it doesn't succeed, but if it does, we'll have to move it back. Marching and fighting are all money." Xie Dong nodded. "That's right." Before he could finish his words, there seemed to be a shout coming from outside. The bracelet on Xie Dong's body vibrated, and his expression changed. Something happened outside. A shout was heard, "Shoot!" The courtyard was filled with screams and screams. Suddenly, a man covered in blood smashed through the door. He fell in but did not die immediately. He shouted, enemy attack, it's heavy crossbows." "What?" Xie Dong and the Taoist were both shocked. Night fell. The lanterns hanging in the inner courtyard swayed in the wind, bringing with it a chill. Pei Ziyun stopped in his tracks. After the massacre, his body was boiling hot, and the water vapor was evaporating. Piu. Another black-robed guard was pierced through by the heavy crossbow. Fresh blood dripped from his body as he was pinned to the wall. Pring, the sound of the crossbow hitting the wall could be heard. Another black-robed guard and a Taoist were killed. None of them managed to escape. Pei Ziyun waved his hands, and the soldiers all took up their crossbows, forming the largest defense and attack range possible. Reporting, it's an attack from the army. They're using heavy crossbows. We've suffered heavy casualties. The captain of the black-robed guards peeked out and reported. Xie Dong replied coldly, Get into formation, raise your shields, and gather all Taoists. Yes, young master. Young master, this could be an attack from the army. We cannot fight them head-on. We have to break out of the encirclement. A Taoist spoke out. His expression was one of panic. Xie Dong looked at him coldly. What's there to panic about? There's a large army. Why do we need to launch a sneak attack? Let's just charge straight in. Since they haven't launched a full-scale attack, it must be a small group. The old Taoist looked out and nodded his head. There's indeed some weak military qi. Although it's condensed, it can't defend against Tao art. Looks like it's not a large army. The 30 black-robed guards within the inner courtyard had already raised their shields and formed a formation. They had just been ambushed. Now that they were prepared, everything was different. Xie Dong looked at the Taoist and raised a hand. The army outside isn't important. There aren't many of them. Listen up, the government office can't suppress our powers. Let's use our Tao arts together. Don't be stingy, and cooperate with the soldiers to kill them all. I want to see who dares to attack us. Tao Master, there's no movement inside. Outside the courtyard, the captain whispered. Pei Ziyun looked into the room and laughed coldly. He then purposely raised his voice. Killing these people is as easy as flipping our palms. Men, go and find some kerosene and prepare to throw it. Yes. These words were meant to scare them. However, the soldiers around him obeyed and went to search for kerosene. Within the room, Xie Dong's face turned ashen as he ordered, "Kill our way out." Pung! The black-robed guards rushed out, and the scouts were just about to shoot at them. All of a sudden, a bright light flashed before their eyes. It wasn't just one ball of light, it was several balls of light that exploded in the night. At that point, all the scouts were blinded. The black-robed guards did not attack immediately. Instead, they closed their eyes and squatted down, raising their shields to protect themselves. Imprison! Xie Dong led several Taoists as they rushed out. Although the scouts were scattered throughout the courtyard, these Taoists were all Yin masters. Their spells were extremely powerful. With several of them, the dozens of scouts were immobilized. Shoot! The moment the light flashed, Pei Ziyun was shocked. He dodged to the side, but he didn't hear any screams or screams. Haha, it's you, Pei Ziyun. Xie Dong stared at Pei Ziyun and laughed coldly. I didn't expect you to walk right into the trap. Kill. Without waiting for Pei Ziyun's reply, the black-robed guards didn't have any crossbows. With a shout, their blades flashed like snow as they charged forward, intending to kill all the scouts who were immobilized. Imprison, imprison, imprison! Several Taoists followed suit, casting their spells. This was to prevent anyone from breaking free from the restraints of their Tao art. The only one who could move was Pei Ziyun. He let out an evil grin as he fished out a piece of paper from within his robes. Seeing this piece of paper, Xie Dong's entire body trembled as his hair stood on end. He retreated hastily as he shouted, "Retreat!" Before he could even finish his sentence, the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. The old Taoist was old and had been following behind. When he looked up, he saw 4 golden words in the air, as if the emperor himself has arrived. As soon as he heard the roar, he felt as if his Tao arts had disappeared, and he couldn't use them at all. Tears rolled down his cheek. Shoot! Pei Ziyun shouted. The scouts who had a look of shock on their faces instinctively pulled the trigger, and realized that they could move again. They then heard a sharp whistling sound, as the sound of arrows pierced through the courtyard. This type of crossbow could pierce through armor within 20 steps. The black-robed guard who was charging at the front saw the arrow pierce through his mouth. The tip of the arrow pierced through his brain, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The black-robed guard didn't even have time to scream before he fell to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. The remaining 7 or 8 black-robed guards screamed out in pain as they fell to the ground. Shoot again! The heavy crossbow had fired 5 shots in a row, and only 2 or 3 shots had been fired. Pei Ziyun ordered. One of the black-robed guards broke out in cold sweat as he raised his shield to block the arrow. The force of the arrow was so strong that he couldn't hold on to it any longer, and the shield flew out of his hands. Xiao! Another arrow pierced through his body, piercing through his internal organs, causing him unbearable pain. He fell to the ground as he screamed in agony. 3 shots! Pei Ziyun shouted. Xiao xiao xiao! After 2 shots, more than half of the black-robed guards were killed, revealing the Taoists behind them. One of the Taoists in front of them burst into a mist of blood. He let out a groan as he flew through the air and slammed into a wall. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. The arrow pierced through his internal organs, and even the Taoist screamed in pain as he rolled on the ground. It wasn't just one Taoist. At least 3 Taoists in front of him died instantly. How is this possible? Xie Qingdong raised his sword and blocked the arrow. He retreated a few steps, his face filled with disbelief. As if the Emperor himself has arrived? That's a token, not a seal. The black-robed guards in front of him had already died, and only a few were left. The Taoists who were charging at him were also left with only a few. At that point, the entire courtyard was littered with corpses. Xie Qingdong, you're too ignorant. As if the Emperor himself had arrived, it's a token, not a seal. However, I've borrowed it from the imperial court. Although the officials might not recognize it, it still carries some imperial qi. It's equivalent to at least a 4th or 5th grade Taoist. Pei Ziyun laughed out loud as he recalled the preparations he'd made before he left. Pei Ziyun was about to give the order to shoot again when the officer reported, "Tao Master, we've shot all the arrows." Pei Ziyun looked around and felt that it was a pity. Just one more round and he would be able to kill everyone in front of him. He then ordered, "Throw away your crossbows and use your swords." Yes. The soldiers threw away their crossbows and pulled out their swords as they charged forward. At that point, the sounds of killing could be heard. Pei Ziyun didn't charge towards Xie Qingdong, but instead charged towards a Taoist who was howling in pain. Xie Qingdong was enraged. "How dare you!" Xie Qingdong charged forward, but it was too late. All he could see was the flash of a sword, and the howling of the Taoist was cut off. A head flew into the air as fresh blood splattered onto the wall. Zheng zheng zheng. Pei Ziyun had long been prepared for this. He turned around and struck out with his sword. All he could see was 2 shadows intertwining with each other. It was almost impossible to see them clearly. Moments later, the shadows separated, and the sword aura dissipated. Xie Qingdong was several feet away, his sword held up diagonally. There was a slit on his right rib and blood was oozing out. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "Not bad, not bad. Xie Qingdong, it's been a while since I last saw you. Your sword techniques have improved again. But now you're dead." Pei Ziyun laughed coldly as he watched the remaining black-robed guards scream out in pain. They had all been slashed to death. The surrounding scouts surrounded them, all of them had cold expressions on their faces, and were filled with killing intent. The officer in charge shouted, "Tao Master, I'm here to help you. Kill this thief." Chapter 305. The stench of blood permeated the air as the middle-aged Taoist broke out in a cold sweat. "I'm going to lose," the middle-aged Taoist thought to himself as he turned around and walked deeper into the courtyard. The soil on the ground was damp, and there were puddles of water on the ground. Dark clouds covered the sky, and rain started to fall, drenching his hair. The middle-aged Taoist didn't care as he wiped his hair and pushed open the door. The room was very plain and simple. The sound of wind and rain could be heard clearly. The incense burning in the room was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The middle-aged Taoist walked closer and saw a picture on the table. It was a picture of a Taoist in the middle of a bamboo forest, drinking tea. The figure, the teapot and the bamboo forest were all very lifelike. The middle-aged Taoist hesitated as he heard the sounds of battle outside. He then placed his hands on the altar and chanted an incantation. At once, the picture started to glow. Hoo! A gust of wind appeared in the room as the picture started to float in the air. The person in the picture started to move as he looked down. He then stood up and walked down. The person in the picture was only the size of a fist, and grew bigger as he walked. The middle-aged Taoist hurriedly fell to his knees. Welcome, Patriarch. The Taoist who walked down from the picture looked young, and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He sighed, Do I still have to clean up this mess? As soon as he finished sighing, the Taoist pounced on the middle-aged Taoist. He screamed out in pain as his blood vessels started to expand. His entire body started to writhe in agony. Within the courtyard, Xie Dong turned around and retreated. At the same time, a piu sound was heard as the old Taoist stabbed out with his sword. One of the scouts fell to the ground. The old Taoist did not want to fight any longer, and turned around to escape. The officer took a big step forward and shouted, You killed my men and still want to escape? A sharp sound could be heard as his sword pierced through the air. This was the sword technique of the army. It was the fastest and most accurate. The old Taoist could not retreat and turned around to face the officer. Pei Ziyun did not move forward and just watched. The old Taoist who took Gai Guo away? Holy Jail sect is involved too? Pei Ziyun thought about it and understood many things. He frowned. The officer raised his sword to fight, and the surrounding soldiers watched from the sidelines. Of course, once the officer was in danger, they would rush forward. The old Taoist was in a desperate situation, and his heart was filled with fear. If he was younger, he would have had a chance to escape, but now that he was old and unable to use his Tao techniques, he was forced to retreat. After a dozen or so slashes, the old Taoist was forced to the point where he could hardly use his sword. A blood-curdling scream was heard as the old Taoist's right rib was pierced. Fresh blood and internal organs spurted out as he fell to the ground. Although he was not dead yet, there was no way he could survive. Holy Jail sect has already sided with Dark Altar sect? Pei Ziyun asked coldly. The old Taoist knew that he wouldn't be able to live, and didn't reply. Instead, he knelt down and used his sword to support himself. Gua. I'm sorry. The old Taoist mumbled. You'll have to depend on yourself from now on. As he said this, he threw himself at the tip of the sword. A piu sound was heard as the sword pierced through his abdomen and through his chest. By this time the captain's saber had already chopped down. Seeing this, he suddenly stopped. The saber was less than half an inch away from the old Taoist's body when he saw the old Taoist slowly rolling to the side. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all. Pei Ziyun looked at the scene and sighed to himself. This old Taoist used to be his greatest enemy, and yet he was killed so easily. Yes. The soldiers didn't hesitate any longer as they charged into each room. Occasionally, there would be shouts of killing and blood splattering everywhere, followed by screams of agony. Separated by several rooms, Xie Dong glanced out into the courtyard. His eyes were filled with anxiety, as if he was waiting for something to happen. Seeing that the soldiers were getting closer, the bracelet on his bracelet started to glow intensely. Xie Dong heaved a sigh of relief and regained his composure. It's done. I've brought along my trump card. It's better to be safe than sorry. It's finally coming in handy. The sounds of killing gradually died down. Xie Dong ignored them and stood under the eaves. When he saw Pei Ziyun approaching, he smiled and said, Pei Ziyun, this is the second time we've met, right? He then shook his head. If we're physically meeting, this would be the first time. Xie Dong's demeanor was calm and unruffled. Pei Ziyun was taken aback as a sense of unease surfaced in his heart. His heartbeat quickened. This acute sense of danger was something that Pei Ziyun had acquired through his countless battles. Pei Ziyun waved his hands and signaled for the soldiers to surround him. You're pretty calm. But other than running away, there's no other way out, right? On my side, we've lost a few of our men, but we still have 40 battle-hardened soldiers. Furthermore, you can't use your Dao arts. Together with me, we should be able to surround and kill you. Since I've taken out my seal, you've been destined to fail. Xie Qingdong nodded his head and laughed before shaking his head. Not that. Ji Beiho sent 3,000 soldiers to attack Baoyang County to disrupt your rhythm and reveal your weakness. My plan was to use this to lure you here. The only thing I didn't expect was your sudden attack. How did you know that there was a problem with Baoyang County and attacked me so suddenly, catching me off guard? Pei Ziyun stared at Xie Qingdong. Seeing that the soldiers were already in position, he then said, "You don't need to know the reason. Surround him and kill him." He had waited for a while because Xie Qingdong was not only skilled in Dao arts, he was also skilled in martial arts. If he really wanted to escape, he would be the only one who could catch up to him. Pei Ziyun had no confidence that he would be able to stop him. Indeed, you're very alert. Even at a time like this, you didn't reveal anything. Actually, even if you had the Emperor's sword and the insignia on you, we might still have a way to break them. It's just that your attack was too quick, and we weren't able to unleash our full potential. Xie Qingdong sighed as he turned around and bowed. Patriarch, please make your move. Pei Ziyun's hair stood on end as he watched a Daoist walk out and punch the air. Boom! The air was filled with the sound of a dragon's roar. This wasn't the power of the Imperial Qi, but the explosion of the Imperial Qi. Xie Qingdong turned around and regained his Dao art. He then pounced forward and laughed. Master Top Scorer, you wanted to kill me just now. Now I want to kill you. Come, let's see who's stronger. Come on, didn't you want to see my sword arts? Xie Qingdong laughed mockingly as his sword flashed. All of a sudden, 2 beams of sword light shot out. Jing jing jing, the sound of swords clashing could be heard, causing one's hair to stand on end. In that instant, they were engaged in a battle of life and death. Both of them were masters of the sword. All sorts of tricks were useless against them. Every single sword strike was a fatal blow. With a loud clashing sound, the two of them retreated from each other. The distance between them was about 10 feet, and neither of them had the upper hand. At this point, 5 or 6 scouts had already pounced on the Daoist who had punched out. Their swords flashed as they slashed at him from all angles. What a joke! The Daoist laughed out loud. All of a sudden, there was a flash in the air. Pa! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. This bolt of lightning wasn't considered strong, but the 5 or 6 scouts had no time to evade it. With a pa sound, they were burnt and unable to move. The Daoist stretched out his hand, and a sword that had fallen to the ground flew up into the air and landed in his hands. With a sweep of the sword, the 5 or 6 scouts were sliced in half. Fresh blood and internal organs sprayed everywhere. However, when the blood splattered on the Daoist's body, it seemed to have met with an invisible barrier. Not a single drop of blood could be seen. This is impossible. Pei Ziyun could not believe his eyes. It was because he was proficient in Dao arts that he knew that this wasn't a Dao art, but a bolt of lightning. An earth immortal. When the mountains and rivers move, the wind and thunder will respond. You've guessed correctly, but there's no reward. That's why I asked, how did you know that there was an ambush? If you had fallen into my trap, even if you had the Emperor's sword and the command medallion, you might not have been able to suppress it. The wind and thunder of an earth immortal is not a Dao art. It's the true power of nature. Before he could finish his sentence, Xie Qingdong's sword flashed. Previously, it was like a bolt of lightning. Now, it was strange and mysterious. The path of the sword was the exact opposite. The power of the sword did not increase, but it was more sinister and sinister. No, don't lie to me. Even an earth immortal cannot defend against the Emperor's sword and command medallion. If not, why would an earth immortal hide in his cave and not come out? Also, he's not a real earth immortal. Don't forget, I am the sect leader of Free Cloud Sect. I know the inside story. This is obviously an Earth Immortal's possession. But how long can a normal Taoist last? You're right. You're too smart. I want to kill you more and more. Xie Dong pounced forward and struck out with his sword. Every strike was deadly, and Pei Ziyun was unable to escape. When the mountains and rivers move, the wind and thunder will respond. The middle-aged Taoist shook his head and sighed. He then took a step forward. A crackling sound could be heard as another bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air. The few cavalrymen who had charged forward felt their bodies tremble and were unable to move. What followed next was a bone-piercing sword chi. In the next moment, several heads flew into the air. Jing jing jing, the sword flashed. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun felt uneasy. Speaking of which, an Earth Immortal's techniques weren't that rare. However, he didn't need to use any other techniques. All he needed was a single bolt of lightning to sweep through everything. Because he was distracted, he heard a piu sound as his shoulder was injured. Half of his long hair fell to the ground. Good sword techniques. Pei Ziyun's hair stood on end. He knew that if the middle-aged Taoist were to attack him, he would definitely die. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Wind form cloud body." All of a sudden, Pei Ziyun's speed increased by a few notches, and he miraculously slipped through the cracks. He then turned around and fled, shouting, "Cavalry battalion, stop them!" When the lieutenant heard the order, he did not speak. He then shouted, "Brothers, follow me, kill!" As he said this, he pounced forward. The rest of the soldiers followed him. Pei Ziyun looked back, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He did not slow down at all. With a flip of his body, he leaped past the magistrate's office. "Get lost!" The middle-aged Taoist was enraged. With a loud boom, the few soldiers who had charged forward were all killed. It was unknown what technique the middle-aged Taoist used, but before they could even get close, they exploded. Fresh blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground. "My brothers, it's time for you to die for your country." At this point, the lieutenant was still fighting to the death. However, as he spoke, a cold light flashed in front of his eyes. His body trembled as fresh blood spurted out. In that instant, the lieutenant felt as if he had been submerged in ice. Fresh blood spurted out of his eyes, but he remained standing. The middle-aged Taoist then swung his sword. The lieutenant's lower body was still standing, but his upper body fell to the ground. Fresh blood and internal organs splattered all over the place. The rest of the cavalrymen were humans after all. They revealed looks of fear and stopped in their tracks. The middle-aged Taoist did not have the time to kill them. He looked at the direction he was heading and leaped up the walls of the magistrate's office. At this point, the sounds of battle had reached the ears of the surrounding residents. Their first reaction was to extinguish all their lights. The weather wasn't good, and the entire narrow and long alleyway was pitch black. The middle-aged Taoist did not seem to mind. He looked around and followed a path as he chased after the cavalrymen. Chapter 306. The alley was pitch black, but to a Taoist there were no obstacles. Pei Ziyun ran as fast as he could, using his Tao arts to increase his speed. "Kill!" Shouts could be heard from afar. It was the sound of soldiers being killed. Cold sweat rolled down Pei Ziyun's forehead. He did not expect an Earth Immortal to be so terrifying. "I cannot stop," Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Within the alley, he kept changing directions. As he increased his speed, his energy flowed faster and faster. Even his skin turned red. "Pei Ziyun, you do not care about your subordinates at all. You are indeed cold-blooded." Xie Dong continued to chase after him, trying to shake his resolve. According to the laws of the Su dynasty, if the general dies, all his personal guards will be executed. For a general like me to bring disaster to his family, this is not just a personal matter. If they die for me, they can still receive compensation. If I die, not only will they die, their wives and children will be implicated as well. Pei Ziyun's head was steaming. It was obvious that he was running as fast as he could. However, he was only barely able to avoid being caught. However, on this matter, he had a clear conscience. In the age of cold weapons, wars were extremely cruel. In order to ensure the morale and determination of the army, military laws were set up to punish those who did not fight. The most important rule was that if the general died, all his personal guards would be executed. Not to mention warlords, even the famous Yu Fei was the same. When Yu Fei fought with Chao Qing at Moxie Pass, his general, Han Xuanfu, died in battle. Yu Fei then killed all of Han Xuanfu's personal guards and ordered Han Xuanfu's assistant general, Wang, to continue to lead the battle. When Gao Yang was conquering the barbarians in the north, a governor died in battle. Gao Yang immediately killed the guard who was responsible for protecting the governor and ordered his soldiers to eat the flesh of the guard who had failed in his duty. Hence, when Pei Ziyun saw that the situation was not right, he retreated decisively. He even ordered the scouts to go forward. Although the lieutenant knew that he was going to die, he had no choice but to do so. These were the rules. If Xie Qingdong wanted to use this to shake his resolve, or even stop him from supporting his personal guards, then he would be the most idiotic person in the world. These thoughts flashed past his mind as he entered a small alley. The alley was narrow and dirty. As he walked past it, he could hear the barking of dogs. Xie Qingdong gritted his teeth and followed closely behind. Pei Ziyun instinctively hid his powers in order to reduce the number of target. However, Xie Qingdong did the exact opposite. His powers surged forth to guide the earth immortal. Under the pressure of his powers, the barking of the dogs in the alley stopped. Instead, they started whimpering in fear. Xie Qingdong chased after him closely. If it weren't for the many twists and turns in the alleys, which slowed him down, he would have caught up with Pei Ziyun a long time ago. Cold sweat dripped down Pei Ziyun's forehead, which quickly evaporated under his burning hot skin. Damn it, damn it. Xie Qingdong's transcendence energy is indeed above mine. I've already pushed the wind form and cloud body to its limits, but I still can't widen the gap. If I am intercepted by Xie Qingdong, an earth immortal can kill me. Pei Ziyun looked at the distance and suddenly pulled out an object. He didn't have the time to light it up, but he blew on it with his mouth. With a "pa" sound, the fuse was lit and started burning rapidly. Boom! A firework soared into the sky and exploded. The word Pei was written in large letters. Not good. Pei Ziyun might have reinforcements. Seeing this, Xie Qingdong was furious as well. He could no longer hold back his strength and increased his speed by several notches. The two of them, one in front and one behind, passed through the alleys. All of a sudden, everything turned dark. It was a dead end. Pei Ziyun wasn't surprised, but was instead overjoyed. At the end of this alley was the county wall. Xie Qingdong, just you wait to eat dust. Pei Ziyun channeled his transcendence energy, and his entire body was enveloped in a dim light. His body was as light as a swallow. With a tap of his foot on the ground, he stepped onto the roof of the house and pounced towards the county wall. This time, when I escape, I must activate my wind form and cloud body. Pei Ziyun had already landed on the wall and was about to leap down when all of a sudden, his vision turned dark. It was as if he and the heavens and earth had disappeared. Following that, a cold light exploded and turned into a sky full of shooting stars, flying towards him. It's a sword technique. It's an Earth Immortal's sword technique. Pei Ziyun was shocked. He knew that even if it was an Earth Immortal, his speed would not be much faster than his own. Their sword techniques might not be as profound as his own, but this was a divine technique that interfered with his senses. If he could not break free from this illusion, even if an Earth Immortal did not know any sword techniques, he would still be able to kill Pei Ziyun easily. Damn it, damn it. This isn't a sword technique. Pei Ziyun knew that many high-level sword techniques were like this. For example, the heavenly flying immortal was a technique that interfered with one's senses. Pei Ziyun had always despised such techniques, but when an earth immortal used it, he could not tell which was real and which was fake. This was using strength to prove one's Tao. It was just that this strength was just spiritual energy. In a life-or-death situation, Pei Ziyun raised his sword and pointed towards a direction. Pung! The shooting stars in the sky disappeared. It was an indescribable scene. Pei Ziyun fell backwards, his face was pale. Halfway through, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged Taoist appeared in midair, holding the sword in his hands. Good sword techniques. You managed to break through in the middle of battle. That's impressive. However, your path ends here. Before he could finish speaking, Xiecheng Dong leapt down from the wall and thrust his sword downwards. Pei Ziyun was in midair and blocked the attack. Clang! This person's sword techniques are really miraculous. Just as Xiecheng Dong was thinking this, he heard the sound of a horse nearing him. His face fell. Patriarch, this is bad. Pei Ziyun has reinforcements. If Pei Ziyun manages to escape, and we use the black-robed guards to assassinate him, we won't be able to hide this from King Lu. This would bring huge trouble to King Lu. In the past, attacking Pei Ziyun wasn't a big deal. After all, he was just a top scorer. The imperial court would not go against an imperial prince just because of a top scorer. But now that Pei Ziyun was the commander of an army, and was the imperial envoy, everything was different. Initially, they wanted to kill him and clean up the mess. When the middle-aged Taoist heard this, he sighed. I wanted to preserve the life of this body. But it seems like I can't care about that anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged Taoist started bleeding from all 7 orifices. Taking advantage of this time, Pei Ziyun leapt down from the city walls. He saw 5 cavalrymen rushing towards him. They had seen the signal from the fireworks and rushed over. They were holding onto a horse. Tao Master? Pei Ziyun leapt over and landed on top of the horse. He then whipped the horse and shouted, "Let's go!" The cavalrymen were startled as well, but understood what was going on. They were all experts in horsemanship. They turned around and followed Pei Ziyun, protecting him from both sides. The middle-aged Taoist opened his eyes and saw a gust of wind in the air. This wind started off as a gentle breeze, but in a blink of an eye, it turned into a normal wind. Soon after, it became a strong gust of wind, surrounding the middle-aged Taoist. With this gust of wind, the middle-aged Taoist leapt up, and his speed increased exponentially. Although he wasn't flying, it was as though he was flying. He then chased after the middle-aged Taoist. Xiecheng Dong heaved a sigh of relief, as his eyes revealed a look of envy. This was an earth immortal. As they galloped along the road, they saw an enemy approaching them from behind. The remaining 5 cavalrymen shouted as they turned their horses around and charged forward. Protect the Tao Master. These men shouted out in anger as they turned around and charged forward. Pei Ziyun turned around and raised his whip to whip the horse. He then sighed, I will remember you all. The earth immortal was enraged. Go to hell! Pring! A bolt of lightning flashed across the night sky, followed by the flash of a sword. The man's head and the horse's head flew into the air, as fresh blood spurted out. At this point, Pei Ziyun had managed to increase the distance between them by another 100 meters. Hypnosis technique. He then slapped the horse and heard a pipa sound. The horse neighed and sped up. The earth immortal had killed the 5 of them, and the wind had dissipated. He looked at Pei Ziyun as he ran further and further away. His face was no longer calm and composed. He then gave a cold hum as the wind picked up again, carrying his body forward. Pei Ziyun turned around and saw that the wind was still surrounding the Taoist's body, carrying him forward. Although he wasn't flying, he was moving at an extremely fast speed. Furthermore, he had the same amount of strength as the horse. After half an hour, he reached a bend. The horse could no longer take it as it neighed and knelt down. Pei Ziyun fell down. Go to hell. The Earth Immortal, who was 100 meters away, was bleeding profusely, and his face could no longer be seen. It was obvious that he had used up all his energy. When he saw Pei Ziyun, he leapt forward in joy. Pei Ziyun's heart sank, and he was about to fight to the death. At this point, he heard the sound of horses galloping. Someone shouted, "Who is it?" Pei Ziyun saw a few cavalrymen approaching. He was overjoyed. "It's me, come quickly." As he said this, he looked up into the sky, and a bright light appeared. It wasn't an attack, but rather a way for the cavalrymen to see clearly. He then ran towards them with all his strength. It's a real person. When the cavalrymen saw this, they closed in on him. The Earth Immortal increased his speed as well. Seeing that he wasn't going to make it in time, he threw out his sword. Pooh! A cold light flashed, and Pei Ziyun instinctively ducked. The sword passed through his hair, but when it was in front of him, it turned around and stabbed at him. Dharma Origin Spirit! Pei Ziyun was shocked, and instinctively stabbed his sword forward. A zheng sound rang out, and a huge force struck him. Pei Ziyun fell to the ground. Kill! Immediately, more than 20 men dismounted from their horses, and raised their shields to protect Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun calmed down, and saw the cavalrymen charging towards him. Crackle! Lightning flashed, but the cavalrymen in front stopped. The cavalrymen behind continued to charge forward. Wherever the Earth Immortal's sword struck, there would be casualties. No one could stop them. However, the cavalrymen continued to charge forward, suppressing the Earth Immortal. In the blink of an eye, there were corpses everywhere. Kill! Use the crossbows. Raise your shields and press forward. The officer behind shouted out orders, and more cavalrymen charged forward, only to be turned into corpses. Even so, the Earth Immortals were not unscathed. After a while, there was a flash of lightning. Wherever the sword flashed, several cavalrymen were decapitated. The middle-aged Taoist in the middle was covered in wounds. He let out a sigh, and a beam of light flew out from his head, disappearing into the night. Indeed, although the Earth Immortal is unafraid of the Imperial Qi, and is able to follow the wind and thunder, the Earth Immortal is still human, and has its limits. Seeing that they had lost half a company of cavalry, and yet they had still won the battle, Pei Ziyun's entire body was drained of energy, as though he was about to collapse. He then commanded, "Clean up the battlefield," and rushed to Baoyang County. Chapter 307. Ji-Jun Camp. After the rain, the sky was clear and bright. As the sun rose, its rays formed a thin layer of mist. The army camp was lined up neatly, with soldiers patrolling the area. Ha-hey! The soldiers were pulled out for training as they laughed. The ground was still damp, and smoke could be seen rising from the chimneys nearby. Someone was cooking. Pei Ziyun has taken over Baoyang County. All the men that Xie Qingdong brought were killed in battle. Only one survived. When this news reached the main tent, it was dark and gloomy. Outside, it was as dark as night. When the lieutenant finished his report, he stood there with his hands by his sides. Zhao Yuan's face was contorted, and his muscles were twitching, making him look extremely terrifying. Zhao Yuan paced around the tent several times before he managed to suppress his anger and fear. He couldn't help but think of Ji Bei-ho's warning. Zhao Yuan had followed Ji Bei-ho for many years. Before the rebellion, he was just a barracks officer, and was even being reduced. He had fought for over 10 years, and even though he didn't have any merits, he had still worked hard. Yet he was being demoted. His heart was filled with anger. His old superior, Ji Bei-ho, had rebelled. Not only had he not been reduced, he had even been promoted to a UG general. Others didn't know how he felt, but he had been loyal to the king. At this point, he could vaguely sense that it wasn't just his master. King Lu had people who wanted to get rid of Pei Ziyun as well. His own mission was to work together to kill Pei Ziyun, and even take down Baoyang County. But now that Xie Qingdong's men were all dead, this plan was useless. He took a deep breath before asking, "What's the situation like now?" "There are still people hiding within the county. From the looks of it, there are 700 cavalrymen. Baoyang County has 1,500 men. 500 are from the county, while the other 1,000 are from the county. Their numbers are lower than ours, but with their cavalrymen, they won't dare to fight." The lieutenant pondered for some time before reporting. "Furthermore, they've set up camp outside the city. It seems like they want to fight us in the open. General, what do we do now? Should we retreat or advance?" After a long time, the captain asked in a low voice. Yu General was the lowest-ranked general. Below him was the captain, who was actually his assistant. Naturally, he could ask about it. When Zhao Yuan heard this, he was a little hesitant. Right now, his army was still 30 li away from Baoyang County. They could advance or retreat at will. They had 3,000 men while the enemy had 2,700. However, the enemy had 700 cavalry. If the enemy defended the county, there was no way they could take it down. Now that the enemy had left the city to fight in the wild, it was hard to make a decision. Zhao Yuan paced a few steps as he pondered. This person is the greatest threat to the Lord. If I can kill this person, the Lord's great cause will be accomplished. How can I retreat from the great battle? More importantly, once the Lord's plan failed, not only would he lose all his wealth and glory, he would also have to implicate his 3 clans. Now that he had retreated, where could he retreat to when the time came? Since he was going to die either way, he might as well go all out. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuan's expression turned savage. 700 cavalrymen and 1,500 county soldiers. I can barely fight them. Today, I will get rid of this great danger for the High Duke, Zhao Yuan said fiercely. Seeing that the officer was hesitating, he pulled out his blade and slashed it down on the table. "Pass down my order, the entire army is to get into formation and fight against Pei Ziyun." "Yes, General," the officer replied as he trembled. Following Zhao Yuan's order, the bugle horn sounded, and the entire army camp was filled with killing intent. Before long, the entire army started marching towards Baoyang County. Along the official road of Baoyang County, there was a piece of flat land where a huge camp had been set up. Although it was a temporary camp, it was still very orderly. It had only been 10 years since the founding of the dynasty, and the laws had not been relaxed yet. Regardless if it was the Imperial Army or Ji Bei Ho, they had set up their camp in an orderly manner. In winter, they would erect fences, and in summer, they would dig trenches. Inside the tent, Pei Ziyun was seated on the main seat when a scout reporting, "Zhao Yuan has led his army to a location 10 miles away from our camp." "Good." Pei Ziyun stood up and said, "Pass down my order. The entire army is to get into formation." The bugle horn sounded. Soldiers continuously poured out of the barracks in an orderly manner, following the squad leader out of the barrack. After 3 rounds, the military formation was completed. Pei Ziyun looked around and noticed that although the army was orderly, most of the county soldiers were trembling in fear. He shook his head and ordered, "Pan Hu, here." An officer stepped forward and replied loudly, "The enemy has less than 3,000 men, and their formation is weak. I shall personally lead the cavalry to break through. You shall command these county soldiers. Once our army is victorious, we shall attack together. If anyone dares to disobey my orders or retreat, we shall execute them." These words were filled with killing intent, and everyone felt a chill down their spines. Pan Hu then spoke out loudly, "Tao Master, how can there be a reason for the commander to charge into the enemy's formation? Tao Master, please sit down. I shall charge into the enemy's formation, and if I fail to break through, I shall be executed." Pei Ziyun nodded, "What you said is reasonable. However, the enemy has some elite soldiers as well. I have to end this battle quickly and not let anything go wrong. You don't have to say anything more, just listen to my orders. If this was an army, even if Pei Ziyun had said this, the general would not have agreed. However, the highest-ranking officer in the army was only an officer. Although he felt that it was inappropriate, he did not dare to argue any further. He swallowed his saliva and replied, "Yes." Before long, the army approached slowly and stopped 300 steps away. The atmosphere was tense. Within the enemy's formation, Zhao Yuan was clad in armor as he watched. He was surprised and asked, "What is this?" Pei Ziyun is the imperial envoy, and yet he is personally leading the cavalry? After receiving confirmation, Zhao Yuan threw his head back and laughed. This man is crazy. Even if it's bait, I shall swallow it. Tell the entire army that whoever kills this man will be promoted by 3 ranks. Pei Ziyun is the imperial envoy, and is in charge of 100,000 soldiers. If he dares to make such a bet, how can I retreat? If anyone dares to retreat, kill them. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I shall take a bite out of him. Following his order, the entire army charged forward. The moment the army moved, Pei Ziyun moved out as well. 700 cavalrymen followed Pei Ziyun. At the first 100 steps, the horses galloped slowly. After 100 steps, the horses began to move faster and faster, forming a line of steel. The sound of hooves thundering could be heard, and the ground seemed to tremble. Zhao Yuan's expression changed. His old army was disbanded, and with one look, he knew that something was wrong. His new soldiers would not be able to defend against this. Archers, forward! The horses were moving too fast. By the time they moved forward, the cavalrymen were already in front of them. They were so dense that they could even see the faces of the people in front of them. Release! Pu piu piu, a rain of arrows rained down, and at that moment, more than 10 cavalrymen fell to the ground. However, it was too late for a second volley of arrows. Main camp, forward, spears leveled. Hua, a sound was heard. There were only 200 of them, but as soon as the spears in their hands were lowered, they formed a row of long spears, gleaming with a metallic light. This was Zhao Yuan's true strength. Hold the crossbows, release. Pei Ziyun's words could be heard clearly from the charging cavalrymen. The front of the cavalry pulled out their crossbows and shot horizontally, while the back of the cavalry shot diagonally upward. Pu piu piu, a rain of arrows rained down, as the opposing main camp's spearmen screamed in pain, as many of them rolled down the slope. Throw your crossbows, pull out your swords and kill. The cavalrymen were extremely fast, and by the time the words were spoken, they had already reached the spearmen. Kill! Indeed, it was the main camp. Although they had been ambushed, they were flustered and their faces were pale. However, they gritted their teeth and gripped their spears tightly. As the spears pierced forward, the sound of spears piercing through flesh could be heard. The cavalrymen in front of them were riddled with holes, as blood spurted out from their wounds. It was a tragic sight to behold. However, the horses that were charging at them from a few hundred meters away bore down on them. At that moment, the main camp was filled with screams of agony. Kill! Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Many people worshipped the spearmen, but in truth, there had never been a case of a spearman being able to defend against a cavalryman, much less a spear formation. The secret lay in the fact that the charging cavalrymen and horses had a momentum of several tons. As long as they were willing to sacrifice the front line, without the protection of the chariots, the forest of spears would not be able to stop them. Dozens of people in front had fallen, and the entire spear formation had been broken. Following that, wherever the cavalrymen pointed their swords, the spearmen would suffer heavy casualties. Some of them were even trampled mercilessly by the horses. Some were even trampled to death on the ground. Some were not trampled to death, and were still struggling and screaming in pain. The stench of blood was so strong that it made people want to vomit. Fresh blood flowed down like a river. When the new recruits saw this, their faces turned pale. Their Adam's apple bobbed up and down as they hesitated to advance. Sickle Battalion, attack! Zhao Yuan shouted out. This was a weapon that was specially used to deal with cavalrymen. It was used to cut off the legs of the horses. However, in reality, when charging at high speeds, such a weapon would be useless. Only when the cavalrymen were caught in a formation and slowed down would they be able to cut off the legs of the horses. Yes, General. The lieutenant shouted out the order as the sickle spears charged forward. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. What a joke. Maintain your speed, kill. Pei Ziyun was clad in 3 layers of armor and wielded 2 long swords in his hands. The speed of the horses increased, and he could feel the wind blowing against his face. Pei Ziyun felt as though he was on fire. Even if an ordinary person was born with great strength, how could he compare to a Taoist who had trained his body to the peak? Even if I were to wear 3 layers of armor, even if I were to weigh 10 kilograms, I would still be able to withstand it. As for my martial arts, even if I were to face an army of 1,000 men, I would still be able to find a weak point in an instant. As he charged forward, Pei Ziyun's long swords sliced through the air, slicing apart any incoming spears or sickle spears. He then followed the weak points of the enemy's formation and sliced through them. No matter how strong an old soldier was, how could he be compared to an expert? It wasn't that there weren't any weapons that struck their bodies. However, the sounds of metal clanging could be heard, and only wounds could be seen on their bodies. Wherever the swords landed, heads would fly off their bodies, as fresh blood splattered all over their bodies. With his spiritual sense, everything became clear. The angry and panicked faces turned into screams of agony. The formation of the Sickle Battalion was torn apart, and could not be stopped for even a moment. The sharp tips of the spears tore through the formation, as the cavalrymen charged forward without any resistance. Dozens of sickle soldiers slashed down at the Sickle Battalion. No, impossible. Zhao Yuan stared at the scene with his mouth agape. He saw that the Sickle Battalion had been pierced through, and that the archers and the new soldiers were right behind them. The new soldiers and archers were unable to react in time at such a distance, and were in a state of panic. The lieutenant saw that things weren't looking good, as he led his personal guards and charged forward, killing a soldier who was trying to escape. He then shouted, "Do not retreat, do not retreat." Chapter 308. Pei Ziyun's face was covered in blood. When he saw the lieutenant, he did not say a word. He turned around and charged forward. Within 3 breaths, he was right in front of the lieutenant. The soldiers around him could not help but split apart in fear. The lieutenant shouted and raised his blade to slash at him. With a flash of the blade, the lieutenant's head flew into the air. Pei Ziyun remained expressionless as he led his troops into the formation of the new recruits. He killed everything in front of him and charged towards the back. There were still 100 meters left. The long blade sliced through the air. The new recruits finally broke down. They threw down their weapons and shields as they cried and ran in all directions. Their cries and screams filled everyone's ears. Under such a terrifying situation, many of them lost their minds and tried to escape. Some even brandished their blades at their own people. The county soldiers watched on in shock. Pan, who was elated and pulled out his blade, "Advance, kill the enemy, kill!" The county soldiers were new recruits and could only fight when the wind was blowing. However, at this moment, they only needed to fight when the wind was blowing. The 1,500 county soldiers shouted and charged forward, further increasing the panic of the new recruit. The cavalry had already reached the back and had completely broken through the enemy's formation. Maintain the formation, gather together and charge. Pei Ziyun turned his horse around. After a long period of military training, the rest of the cavalry quickly formed a formation behind him. Pei Ziyun looked at Zhao Yuan, who was in the middle of the camp, and shouted, "Charge with me!" The horses neighed as their hooves kicked up mud and dirt. The The sound of their hooves shook the entire battlefield as they charged into the enemy's formation. In reality, the most powerful weapons were no longer swords, but the heavy impact and trampling of the soldiers. The soldiers who fell screamed in pain as they were trampled into meat paste. Their blades flashed, and any resistance in front of them was reduced to splatters of blood. It was like a meat grinder. No one was able to withstand a single blow, and the entire enemy formation collapsed. No, stop them. I'll give you 100 taels of silver. No, I'll be promoted 3 ranks. Faced with the charge, Zhao Yuan suddenly realized that there was a reason why he could not be promoted. Fear crept into his heart as he screamed incoherently. He could not help but retreat on his horse. Personal battalion block. The personal soldiers took the lead and raised their shields in front of him, covering him in the shadows. Spear. Pei Ziyun crouched down and picked up the spear from the ground. He then pointed it at the shield, and the spear pierced through the air, shattering the sturdy shield as if it was a piece of paper. Zhao Yuan finally couldn't take it anymore. He turned around and ran, ignoring the disappointed and disdainful gazes of his bodyguards. Kill! The cavalry easily tore through the last line of defense and rushed towards Zhao Yuan. Star Shift. The third level, which was also the highest level of the technique, was unleashed. Pei Ziyun felt his entire body loosen up, as though the army's qi that had been restricting him on the battlefield was now much lighter. Although he could not use Dao techniques on others, he could already use it on himself and the horse. Hypnosis. Pei Ziyun patted the horse and heard a pipa sound. The horse neighed loudly and sped up in an instant. Within a few breaths, he was already halfway to where Zhao Yuan was. Realizing that he had nowhere else to run, he turned his horse around and shouted out, "Die!" Hearing his enemy's cries of despair, Pei Ziyun nodded his head calmly. In the next moment, his blade flashed, and Zhao Yuan's head flew into the air. Fresh blood spurted out, and his headless corpse fell to the ground. The enemy general is dead. Those who surrender shall not be killed. Pei Ziyun raised his arms and shouted. The enemy general is dead. Those who surrender shall not be killed. The entire cavalry followed suit and shouted. Soon after, all the soldiers on his side shouted as well. Hearing this cry, the soldiers who were on the verge of collapse started to kneel down and surrender in large numbers. Pei Ziyun then heaved a sigh of relief and looked at his long blade. He shook his head slightly. His long blade was full of cracks and holes. He then took off his armor and threw his long blade to the ground. The cracks on the blade could no longer be used. A loud clap of thunder could be heard in the sky. Dark clouds started to gather, and some rain started to fall. Pei Ziyun wasn't shocked, but instead, he welcomed the rain with his face, washing away all the blood. The rain continued to fall. The battle was over, but the killing was not over. Soldiers were seen walking to and fro, cleaning up the battlefield. The soldiers were wearing straw raincoats, dragging the corpses of their comrades and their enemies. They then put the corpses of their fallen comrades together and placed them under the newly erected tents. The air was filled with a nauseating stench, as well as faint moans that rose and fell one after another. The footsteps back and forth crushed the lush grass, and they kept stabbing at the place where the moans were. This kind of sound was palpitating, and it was accompanied by a trickle of red that flowed down silently. The rain continued to fall. War was merciless, and the killing of iron and blood was the main theme of the battlefield. Not far away, a captive was digging a hole. This was not the killing of a captive. In this era, if the enemy was lightly injured, they could still live. But if they were severely injured or crippled, there was only one outcome, which was to kill them on the spot. Not to mention the enemy, even if it was one's own people, under the current state of medical care, the outcome of a serious injury could be a final stab, or even death within the tent. A gentleman does not approach the kitchen. Pei Ziyun allowed the rain to wash off the blood on his body, and did not continue watching. Before long, Pan Hu appeared, clad in his armor. He walked over to Pei Ziyun and bowed. "Tao Master, the results of the battle are out. Our army has lost 171 men, with 360 injured. The enemy has surrendered 1,600, with 600 injured and 700 dead. Pass down my orders. The names of the dead are to be recorded and reported to me. I will write a letter of approval, and raise the compensation of the dead by 1 rank. For those who are officials, I will write a letter of approval." He then said, "The weather is getting hotter and hotter. Find the corpses, clean them and bring them back to the county. Find a good place to bury them and erect a monument. Do this immediately, and I will write a letter of approval to build a memorial here." "Yes, Tao Master." Pan Hu was extremely gratified. Raising the compensation of the dead by 1 rank was already very generous. Erecting a monument was even more rare for them. Pei Ziyun looked at the rain and the battlefield. His expression was solemn. He remembered that the main culprit behind all of this was Xie Qingdong. He squinted his eyes and looked afar. "Xie Qingdong, you can escape this time, but not forever. You've offended me time and time again. How can I let you off? Don't worry, you'll be next." Pei Ziyun paced a few steps. The temperature of the rain seemed to change according to his will, as the temperature of the rain dropped several degrees. "I have to find a way to retaliate." At this point, the final blow had been dealt with. The corpses of the enemies were not treated as well as before. They were all piled up in a pit and buried. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. If they did not bury the corpses quickly, a plague might spread. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun frowned as if deep in thought. He paced a few steps. All of a sudden, Pei Ziyun's mind flashed as he smiled. Seeing that the battlefield was almost cleaned up, he ordered, "Let's go back to the county." Baoyang County, County Yamanin, an elegantly decorated house. The walls were lined with paper. There was a huge bucket filled with dirty water. Pei Ziyun finished his bath and got dressed. Although he had a serving maid to serve him, he wasn't used to it, especially with the help of Dao art. When he pressed on his hands, his wounds were bleeding profusely. Due to the short period of time, there was no pus or blood. This was to prevent rust from forming on his weapons. Since he was wearing 3 layers of armor, even if he had been hit by a weapon, the wound would not have been too deep. Hence, he did not need to sew up his wounds, nor did he need to leave a small opening to expel pus. Ancient weapons and arrows were not made of stainless steel, and would rust easily. Many soldiers had been injured, and not only did they not die on the spot, they also died of high fever after 10 days. Pei Ziyun had to be careful and complete his task. His wounds were all cleaned up, and even the surface had healed. All that was left was a red line. He wore his Dao robes and walked out. The corridor was filled with trees and pears. Although it was raining, it was spring and full of life. Pei Ziyun laughed as he stretched out his hand to catch the raindrops falling from the roof. At this point, an armored soldier rushed over and bowed to Pei Ziyun. "Dao Master, free cloud sex carriages have arrived." "They're here?" Pei Ziyun smiled and said, "Open the gates and welcome them." The magistrate was the center of power within the county. The main gate, main hall, second hall and the zither hall formed the central axis. On the west was the garden and the study room, and on the east was the courtyard. There were also 3 guards who lived there. At this point, the armored soldiers and guards had all gathered. When they saw the ox cart, they knelt down. Yu Yunjun brought Pei Qianshi and Liao Qingyi down from the ox cart and was shocked. Pei Ziyun stepped forward. "Mother, please come down slowly." He then smiled as he carried Liao Qingyi, the little girl, in his arms. Liao Qingyi did not recognize him as a stranger, and allowed Pei Ziyun to carry her. She then sniffed. "Brother, your body smells good, but there's also the smell of blood." When Pei Ziyun heard this, he laughed. "You're such a sharp little girl. Luckily you were careful. If not, our sect would be in big trouble." Yu Yun-jun said as she helped Pei Qian-shi down from the carriage. Pei Zi-yun did not dwell on this topic. He reached out and patted Liao Qingye's head. Master, Qingye is about 9 years old now. She should be able to practice Dao arts now. I intend to keep her in the sect. Master? Why don't you take her in and become our junior sister? Yu Yun-jun smiled and looked at Pei Zi-yun. Pei Zi-yun's face was sharp and had a killing aura. He had a stern look and had grown up. She then said, "You can take in a disciple now. You're the sect leader. If you don't take in disciples, what would you be like? If you don't have time to teach, I can teach. But I can decide on a disciple's status." Take in a disciple? Pei Zi-yun paused as he looked at Liao Yiqing. Liao Yiqing was very cute and had a chubby face. She was very different from the first time he met her. She looked at him with a pleading look in her eyes. "Are you willing to take Big Brother as your master?" Pei Zi-yun hugged her and asked. "Big Brother, that's great, Big Brother Master." Liao Qingye tilted her head and said. Pei Zi-yun laughed out, "That's it then. Qingye, you're my senior disciple now." Pei Qian-shi looked at him, and her face was filled with joy. However, she looked tired. Seeing that his mother was tired, Pei Zi-yun said, "Mother, you must be tired from the long journey. Please rest and take care of yourself. We'll talk more tomorrow and listen to your teachings." Pei Qian-shi was initially worried. She looked at Pei Zi-yun and saw that he was full of energy. His robes fluttered in the wind, and he didn't seem to be injured at all. She then smiled and said, "If you have something to do, just do it. I'll rest now. Master, go and make arrangements for the monastery. I still have some matters to attend to," Pei Zi-yun said as he thought of something. Hearing the killing intent in his words, Yu Yun-jun paused and understood. "All right, I'll make arrangements now." She then left. Pei Zi-yun's face was gloomy as he instructed, "Go and summon the county magistrate here." Chapter 309. "Yes, Dao Master." The soldier replied and left. Pei Zi-yun ignored him and walked into the reception hall. A few of his personal guards hurriedly followed him in and lit up the lanterns. They stood silently at the side. A scribe came up to him and handed him a document. Seeing that there was no ink in the inkstone, he poured some water in and started to grind the ink. Pei Zi-yun's heart gradually calmed down as he took the document. The first document was about Chun Yong-yi taking down 2 counties and surrounding Yuan County. There was a note on it. Chun Yong-yi has gathered 3 counties nearby and has a total of 25,000 soldiers. Pei Zi-yun laughed and saw that there was ink. He nodded and commented, "Yuan County is an isolated city with no more than 7,000 soldiers. You can call for reinforcements from the inside. Perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise. Even if they fail, there will be no mistake. Wait for me to lead my troops over before we discuss further." The next report was about Ronglan County. Lieutenant Zhang Qiu's troops were defeated and he was killed by Jibei Ho's Yuji general, Ren Bin. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they attacked Ronglan County. Ronglan County's county magistrate Wan Ying died in battle and the city was destroyed. Pei Zi-yun sighed to himself. Actually, having led his troops to battle till now, he had a deeper understanding of military affairs. This Ren Bin might be a talented general, but he was on Jibei Ho's side. No matter how talented he was, he would not be able to turn the tides. Pei Zi-yun then wrote, "Ronglan County has been breached. Guan County must be extra careful. Wan Ying's death in battle must be reported." Next, he talked about how 3,000 dawn of rations had been transported over. This was a good thing, but it also made people sigh at how much resources had been expended in the war. He then placed his hands down, not intending to read any further. He walked to the window and looked out. Although it was raining, it was still exceptionally beautiful. He could faintly see armored soldiers patrolling the area. Pei Zi-yun's gaze was gloomy, and his thoughts were no longer on Ying Prefecture. Ever since he had been reborn, he had been entangled with Xie Qingdong. Some of the developments had been the same as before, but most of them had been separated from the original owner's memories. In the original owner's memories, the original owner would never forget Xie Qingdong's calm demeanor. But now, his Yin master cultivation was still lacking compared to Xie Qingdong's, but his sword techniques were not inferior. As for power, he had 4 prefectures and had already surpassed Xie Qingdong. Xie Qingdong is no longer as powerful as he was in my previous life. There's no need to wait for the future. We can strike him now. Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyun was enlightened and made up his mind. At this point, the magistrate arrived with his soldiers, his face covered in cold sweat. Pei Ziyun didn't think too much about it and sat down in the middle of the main hall. His face was stern and stern. Several soldiers stood in a row, holding long blades in their hands. When the magistrate entered the hall, he could feel that something was amiss. His face turned pale, and his forehead and palms were sweating profusely. He then knelt down. "Dao Master, why have you summoned me?" He then heard Pei Ziyun ask, "Lowly official? You're a traitor, and you still have the face to call yourself a lowly official? Men, remove this person's official hat." "Yes." The 2 bodyguards answered and knocked off his black gauze hat. The county magistrate's face immediately turned pale. According to the rules of the imperial court, being stripped of his official position was the same as being stripped of his official position. In the past, he had a seat in front of Pei Ziyun, but now he could only kneel. For the sake of the imperial court, it was my idea to pardon these traitors. I've also sent a letter to the county to execute it. Pei Ziyun didn't even look at the kneeling magistrate. Perhaps it's because of this that some people feel that I'm easy to bully. I can forgive you for certain things, but why did you write a letter to my mother? When the magistrate heard these words, he felt his entire body go soft as he knelt down on the ground. His face was pale. "Dao Master, please spare my life." This lowly official was oppressed by King Lu, and had no choice but to obey. This lowly official doesn't dare to argue. "Please spare my life." Since you weren't the mastermind, do you dare to point out the mastermind? Pei Ziyun asked in a cold tone. Hearing these words, the magistrate hesitated. He couldn't even speak properly. This lowly official. He stuttered. Seeing the magistrate in such a state, Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. He then turned to the soldiers beside him. "Magistrate of Baoyang County, you've falsely accused a king and colluded with traitors. Your crimes cannot be forgiven. Drag him out and execute him on the spot." Yes. The guards fiercely pounced on him and dragged him away. The county magistrate panicked and screamed, "Taoist master, please spare my life. Please give me a chance, give me a chance." Pei Ziyun waved a hand. "Wait." Even though the county magistrate knew that this was a political maneuver, he was still drenched in sweat. His heart raced and he knelt on the ground. In just a minute, the county magistrate's face turned pale, and his glabella turned black. His eyes were filled with fear, anger, and helplessness. He kept kowtowing. "Zhenren, please don't kill me. I'm willing to confess." The county magistrate's forehead was already swollen after just a few hits. When the killing intent descended just now, he truly felt the fear of death. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer. "Do you know who the person is?" Pei Ziyun asked. The magistrate kowtowed. "I only know that it's a Taoist. The person in charge is Xie Qingdong." Pei Ziyun cleared his throat as he stood up and glared at Xie Qingdong. "Xie Qingdong is an elder of Dark Altar sect. I shall give you a chance to prove to the imperial court that King Lu had colluded with Ji Bei Ho and sent Dark Altar sect to fight for him." When the magistrate heard this, he raised his head and looked at Pei Ziyun, who was filled with killing intent. He then lowered his head helplessly and replied, "Yes." Tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. If he were to accuse King Lu, He would be caught in the crossfire between the princes of the dynasty. The consequences were unfathomable. If he didn't agree, he would die immediately. Seeing that the magistrate had agreed, Pei Ziyun regained his composure and picked up his black hat from the ground. That's more like it. Come, put this on and think about how to write a report. Yes. The county magistrate took back his black gauze hat, felt slightly relieved, and retreated. Pei Ziyun then turned towards the meeting hall. At this point, the rain had stopped, and the dark clouds had been blown away by the wind. The setting sun was like blood, and the sunset glow was like fire. The sky was dark and gloomy. Within the meeting hall, several black-robed guards and Taoist corpses were lined up in a row. The mud and blood stains on the corpses had not been washed off. A strong stench of blood and stench permeated the air. Pei Ziyun couldn't help but frown as he endured the stench. Pei Ziyun squinted his eyes as the bright red rays of the setting sun shone on the corpses. The atmosphere was oppressive and depressing. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. 100 black-robed guards, and a Taoist master. They wanted to kill me, and even had an earth immortal possessing them. How impressive! If I were to die, even if they succeeded, and even if there were traces of evidence, no one would pursue the matter. But if I'm not dead, things would be different. Pei Ziyun then pointed to the corpses and armors. The corpses of these black-robed guards are all here. If we check the records, we can see everything clearly. This is the best evidence. The Taoists did not appear out of thin air. Especially the Master Taoist. He was the backbone of the sect, and Dark Altar sect has no way of tying him to them. These people are lawless and out of control. In the future, they will pay for what they have done. Yu Yunjun was terrified. If it weren't for Pei Ziyun's warning, Free Cloud sect would have been destroyed. Pay for what they have done in the future? I want to pay for what they have done now. Pei Ziyun laughed. When Yu Yunjun heard this, she frowned. These people can be verified. I'm sure they are from the black-robed guards and Dark Altar sect. There's no problem with the evidence. But how do you intend to handle this? What else can I do? I'll handle this according to the law. I've already ordered the magistrate to accuse Dark Altar sect of colluding with King Lu. Pei Ziyun spoke coldly as he raised his eyebrows. Now is the crucial time to kill Ji Beiho, and yet King Lu sent people to assassinate me. Do you believe me if I say that they didn't collude with him? Furthermore, I have all this evidence. Accuse King Lu of colluding with Ji Beiho. This wasn't a small matter. If they were to accuse King Lu of colluding with Ji Beiho, it would be a huge shock. Yu Yunjun thought to herself as she felt uneasy. She then sucked in a breath of cold air and mumbled, Dark Altar sect is one of the 10 great paradise sects, and has deep roots. King Lu is the Emperor's beloved son. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Just the world will be restless, and disputes will arise everywhere. At that time there will be great trouble. Besides, there's also the issue of the Emperor's favor. I'm afraid the Emperor trusts his own son more. Yu Yunjun was alarmed as she spoke out. Or perhaps, he's more willing to trust his own son. She emphasized the word willing. Pei Ziyun's eyes were clouded over as he said, You're right. That's why I asked the county magistrate to jump out at this critical juncture and act like a ringing bell. I want to see if the imperial court will continue to pretend to be deaf and mute. Pei Ziyun laughed. If he was truly loyal, he would swallow this bitter pill for the sake of the bigger picture. He would wait until Ji Beiho was taken care of before he made his next move. Many people would endure in the midst of thorns and thorns. For the sake of the bigger picture, they wouldn't care about the gains and losses. Even if they were misunderstood by others, they would bite the bullet and swallow it down, thinking that the Emperor would understand and forgive them. However, Pei Ziyun was very clear that this was a rare occurrence. If he didn't raise any conditions when he was in the bigger picture, who would care after the bigger picture? Even if he tortured Ji Beiho, it would be for his own good. Once the cunning hare is dead, the hound will be cooked. Did Ji Bei Ho really want to rebel? If I were to endure this now, and if I were to raise a ruckus against King Lu, the emperor would kill me for the sake of the bigger picture. When that happens, even the crown prince wouldn't help me. Pei Ziyun was very clear about this. King Lu was a prince. To the imperial court, he was the bigger picture. As long as King Lu hadn't officially rebelled, in order to prevent the father and son from killing each other, the only way was to let the loyal official appease him. What was that saying again? Now that the bigger picture requires you to sacrifice yourself, since you think of yourself as a loyal official, please accept your death with a smile. If you have any resentment, you're not a loyal official. Of course, if Pei Ziyun didn't make a sound after being slapped, and didn't cause any trouble for the imperial court, the crown prince would still protect him. But King Lu and Xie Qingdong have attacked me multiple times, and even tried to harm my mother. They've already crossed my bottom line. Do they really think that I will endure this for the sake of the bigger picture? I want to flip the table at this crucial moment. Let's see what the imperial court will do then. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as a cold smile appeared on his face. Seeing that Yu Yunjun was worried, he smiled back. Don't worry, I know what you're worried about. I've said it before, it was the magistrate who said that King Lu and Ji Bei Ho were in cahoots, not me. Although everyone knows this, it's still a way out. Just based on the magistrate's report, the imperial court will most likely give him the cold shoulder. After this, the magistrate will find another reason to punish him. However, he was a traitor who wanted to kill me, my mother, and even you and your sect. That's not a bad ending for him. At most, he'll be the only one who will be harmed. They won't punish him for being a traitor. Hence, he's actually benefiting from this. Chapter 310. Seeing Yu Yunjun staring at him in shock, Pei Ziyun straightened his robes and laughed. But he's just a pawn in the river, serving as a catalyst. There is a great helper that will automatically help. Yu Yunjun had a suspicious look in her eyes as she looked at Pei Ziyun. The rays of the setting sun shone into the room, illuminating the room with a fiery red glow. Seeing that Yu Yunjun was still confused, Pei Ziyun then said, "Actually, Ji Bei Ho has a chance of becoming a dragon. I didn't just think of it today. If I were Ji Bei Ho, I would have announced on the day of the uprising that I was acting on King Lu's orders. King Lu has always been ambitious. It's fine if we don't investigate some of his actions, but if we do, we'll find that there are many loopholes in his plans. Since Ji Bei Ho has said so, the imperial court should investigate this matter thoroughly, right? There are indeed traces of rebellion. The crown prince won't let this go, and neither will the officials. The best outcome would be a demotion of his title. This time, it won't be as simple as demoting him to a duke. He will be demoted to a commoner, or even imprisoned. King Lu is a proud and arrogant man. How could he accept such a result? Most likely, they will have no choice but to swallow this bitter pill and officially mobilize their troops. With both the North and the South rebelling at the same time, King Lu would still have some authority. But what would happen to the world? That's why I said that Ji Bei Ho has a chance of becoming a dragon, Pei Ziyun said plainly, causing Yu Yunjun to feel dizzy listening to him. She could only feel that Pei Ziyun's schemes were too deep, causing her to feel terrified. Xie Qingdong and King Lu have tried to kill me time and time again. If I really wanted to avenge myself, I could have just sent a letter to Ji Bei Ho and dragged King Lu into this mess. This would cause chaos throughout the lands. Whether it's King Lu or Ji Bei Ho, although there's a chance for them to rise to the top, it wouldn't be much. There's an 8 to 9 out of 10 chance that they would be defeated. That way, I would be able to take my revenge. But I can't do this for my personal grudge. Although it seems like King Lu's rebellion is only a matter of time, I can't be the one to initiate it. I didn't want Xie Qingdong and King Lu to push their luck and make a move on my mother. That's what they deserve, and they can't live. Just wait and see. I expect it won't take more than a few days before Bei-ho announces that he was acting on King Lu's orders. When that happens, we'll see how the imperial court handles this matter. As he spoke, Pei Ziyun took a sip of his tea. Yu Yun-jun looked at Pei Ziyun in astonishment. It was as if she could hear the sounds of slaughter. Pei Ziyun was a man of unyielding character, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Can a person's talent reach such a level? It really is a chaotic storm. Chibei Commandery, military camp. The wave of attacks receded like the tide. Looking from the city walls, the entire outside of the city was densely packed with soldiers with banners fluttering in the wind. Although they had attacked for half a month and suffered many losses, the Central Army still stood firm. It was obvious that their morale had not been completely depleted, and they still had the strength to fight. The sun set in the sky, bringing with it the glow of dawn. Smoke rose from the kitchen chimneys. Within the tent of the army camp, Bei-ho was furious. What? Even Zhao Yuan was defeated? Bei-ho paced back and forth in his tent, his eyes filled with killing intent. These few days they had not been able to take down the city. Their rations had been depleted, and that was bad enough. What was worse was that Pei Ziyun had been breaking through every single one of their defenses, causing them to suffer losses at every step. Bei-ho was feeling a sense of pressure and urgency. Bei-ho's eyes were bloodshot, and there were white streaks in his hair. Uneasiness gnawed at Bei-ho's heart. Bei-ho was about to explode in anger when a wave of fatigue washed over him. He leaned back on his chair and let out a long sigh. It was as if he had lost all of his vigor. He then said, "Mr. Shun, what you did at the 8 Palace Island was very much in line with my wishes. We have to prepare for a rainy day. If I'm defeated, the people will be terrified. Even if Third Son wishes to ascend to the throne, nobody will respond. Now that I've ascended to Bei-ho's position, I can at least calm the hearts of the people. This is a way out. Actually, you don't have to rush back. Just focus on assisting Third Son." "My lord, I don't dare to follow your orders. I was originally a scholar who had fallen from grace. It was my lord who promoted me and praised me. A scholar would die for a bosom friend. I'm working for Third Young Master because of my lord's orders. That's not where I should be loyal. Being here is where I should be." Shenji stood by the side and spoke plainly. After Wei Ong had ascended to Bei-ho's position, he saw that the situation had stabilized. He then returned to Bei-ho's side to report to his lord. At this point, it was obvious that he wanted to be loyal. Hearing these words, Bei-ho's dissatisfaction disappeared. He then sighed, "Mr. Shun, I know what you're thinking. Sit down. Given the current situation, do you have a solution?" When Shenji heard Bei-ho sigh, his body froze. Under Pei Ziyun's relentless pressure, he didn't have any good ideas. He could either attack the city or kill Pei Ziyun, causing the city to be without a leader. When that happens, he would be able to escape. But he couldn't do either. Shenji looked at the report and thought of something. He then let out a long sigh and laughed bitterly. Now I believe in fate. I'm bewitched by fate, and that's why I'm bewitched. The heavens gave us a chance, but we didn't take it. But it's not too late now," Shenji said. Hearing these words, Bei-ho looked at Shenji. His eyes lit up and his face flushed red. "Mr. Shun, what chance do you have? Tell me quickly." Bei-ho stood up and stared at Shenji. Shenji retrieved the report and pointed at it. "Duke, look. The magistrate has accused us of colluding with King Lu to assassinate Pei Ziyun." "So what if he's accused?" When Bei-ho heard this he sighed. "King Lu is very crafty. Although he had contact with me, he didn't collude with me. You know this as well." "Your Highness, you're wrong." Shenji raised his head and looked at Bei-ho, who was frowning. His face was filled with worry. He looked like an old man, and had lost all traces of his former glory. Shinji couldn't help but sigh. Seeing that Ji Bei Ho hadn't come to his senses, he then said, "But with such good teamwork, who would believe that we didn't collude with him? Even if we denied it, people would believe us. Whether it's true or not isn't the point. The point is whether the people believe us or not. Think about it. If we had said that we were acting on King Lu's orders to rid the emperor of his evil ways. King Lu has always been ambitious. He formed his own faction, secretly amassed his own army, and even recruited his own men. Once we investigated him, we would find him guilty. What do you think the imperial court would think of King Lu? If that's the case, King Lu only has one path to take. That's to rebel with us." Before he could finish his sentence, Ji Bei Ho had a sudden realization. He stood up excitedly and said, "You're right. Why didn't I think of this at that time?" At this point, he felt extremely vexed. That's right. King Lu has long had the intention to rebel. Why would he allow himself to be captured and become a prisoner to explain himself to the imperial court? He's definitely rebelling. With the North and the South rebelling at the same time, this is a chance that the heavens have given us. When the world is thrown into chaos, do you think we'll be the only ones who want to rebel? Who knows, Master Ho might be the first to mobilize his troop. Since you're the first to seize the initiative, you'll have a chance. It's a pity that we were under the influence of Qi and didn't expect this to happen. That's why we reacted. But it's not too late now. You're right. We know that King Lu didn't collude with us. However, the people of the world don't know about this. Even the imperial court doesn't know about this. Ji Bei Ho paced several steps before regaining his composure. We have to make our move on this point. Shinji nodded his head. That's why as long as we falsify evidence and say that we rebelled under the orders of King Lu, at least half of the people would believe us. The most important thing is that King Lu has the ambition of a wolf. There are too many traces left behind, and we can't afford to investigate further. Hence, even if the people of the world don't believe us, it doesn't matter. Once the imperial court sends people to investigate, King Lu would have no choice but to rebel. Once we force King Lu to rebel, we'll have some breathing space. Ji Bei Ho paced several steps. His face was flushed red as he spoke. King Lu has been in power for many years. His handwriting isn't lacking, and it won't be difficult to falsify it. Immediately gather the officials and create a batch of letters based on what we know. We shall let the people of the world witness King Lu's glory. At this point, Ji Bei Ho laughed out. He felt the pressure on him lighten, and his wrinkles smoothed out. Don't worry, master. I will do this flawlessly. Shinji bowed as he spoke. Du Prefecture the weather was getting warmer, and the peach blossoms were in full bloom. Even the pear trees were blooming with white flowers. Bees and butterflies were dancing around the flowers, and the surface of the river was sparkling. An official's boat was breaking the surface of the river, causing waves to splash across the river. The official's boat was filled with flags, and the governor stood at the top of the boat. There were tables and chairs placed on the boat, and a serving maid was brewing tea. The sound of the tea boiling could be heard. Looking out, both sides of the river were lined with tall mountains and clear waters. The cliffs were steep, and huge rocks looked as though they had been cut by a knife. The governor of Du Prefecture stood up and said, "What a beautiful sight." He then exhaled and asked, "Have the rations been sent up?" An official bowed, "Your Excellency, 5,000 stones have been sent up." He then continued, "Following the recovery of the lost land, the situation in Ing Prefecture has stabilized. Although we've spent a lot of money, everyone is much more at ease. Look at this." The governor looked up and saw a fishing boat not too far away. A fisherman was fishing with a fishing net, and a bird took the opportunity to swoop down and snatch a fish away. The shore was filled with peach blossoms, and a young man and young lady could be seen in the midst of the peach blossoms. The governor nodded his head and laughed. The dynasty has just been established, and the world yearns for peace. Ji-Bei-Ho is a martial artist who defies the heavens. How can he not be defeated? As he spoke, a Dao official rushed over and handed him a letter. Governor, there's an urgent message. Bring it to me. The governor's heart sank as he opened the letter. His face turned pale as he tried to take a step forward, but he stumbled and fell heavily onto the deck. At least he didn't roll into the water. The official was shocked and hurriedly helped him up. He then heard the governor mumbling, "Disaster, disaster. Governor, Your Excellency, what disaster? Could it be that the imperial army has been defeated?" The official asked. This official was a fourth-rank official as well. Hearing this, the governor handed the letter over. The official picked it up and read it. His face turned pale, and his hands started to tremble. Ji-Bei-Ho announced that the Ji country duke was appointed by King Lu, and that the north and south sides would respond. He even scolded me in the letter, saying that I've been up for half a year now, and you still haven't responded. He's trying to deceive me. Reading such a sentence, anyone who didn't understand politics would understand the severity of the situation. This official was in charge of the entire province, and thus had a keen sense of politics. He then mumbled, "This Ji-Bei-Ho has the ambition of a wolf, and his intentions are sinister. He's trying to force King Lu to rebel. If King Lu were to rebel, then the situation would be difficult to resolve." Chapter 3:11. As the sun rose, the willows of Tai Ming Lake rested on the surface of the water. Lotus leaves began to emerge from the lake. A few egrets could be seen pacing in the water, occasionally pecking at the fish in the water. Swallows could be seen flying across the lake, leaving their shadows behind. As the mist rose, the emperor felt better. He held 2 jade balls in his hands and spun them around. The red-robed eunuch spoke beside him. "Your Majesty, this year's Heavenly Birthday Festival has been organized by the Crown Prince. He's currently inspecting the music and dances." The red-robed eunuch reported. He left early in the morning. Hearing this, the emperor revealed a relieved smile. These days, good things had happened one after another. The sun was even brighter than before. He then asked, "What's the Crown Prince's music?" The red-robed eunuch thought for a moment before replying, "Your Majesty, it's music of peace." The emperor smiled and nodded his head. There were more than 10 different kinds of music that could be played. Music of peace was more elegant and refined. It was performed by a group of 30 15-year-old girls. The emperor stopped and looked up at the sun. Some distance away, a palace maid was collecting dew from the flowers in the garden. "The weather is so good." The emperor spoke as the red-robed eunuch smiled. "It's all thanks to your Majesty that we are able to enjoy such a beautiful day. You're really good at kissing ass. It's just that I'm not stupid enough to think that I can do anything as the emperor. This weather is not my strength. Your Majesty is wise to see through me." The red-robed eunuch replied. "You followed the Crown Prince yesterday. Did anything important happen?" The emperor asked. "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Birthday Festival is approaching. All the prefectures have sent their regards. The situation in Ing Prefecture has turned for the better, and Chi-Yuan County has been conquered. Now Pei Ziyun is attacking Yuan and County. Based on the current situation, he should be able to conquer it very soon. The rebels will be vanquished soon." The red-robed eunuch explained everything clearly. Actually, the emperor had already sent his regards. When he heard this, he laughed. Pei Ziyun is indeed talented. He's done a good job. This was a rare compliment. As soon as he finished speaking, he started coughing. The red-robed eunuch received the medicine from the palace maid and handed it to the emperor. "Your Majesty, it's time to take your medicine." The emperor stretched out his hand and took a bowl of medicine. A eunuch walked up and reported, "Your Majesty, there's an urgent message." The emperor had set the rule that unless he was sleeping, He had to report it immediately. The emperor's expression was a little serious. He was not in a hurry to read it. After drinking the medicine, he nodded slightly and walked back into the hall. The originally relaxed atmosphere immediately became serious. Even the red-clothed eunuch immediately restrained his expression. The eunuchs in the hall all bowed and did not even cough. The emperor sat down and opened up a scroll. It was about Pei Zi-yun personally leading his cavalry to defeat 3,000 enemies. The emperor laughed and said, "I was wondering what it was about." Using the red brush, he said, "Got it." There was another booklet below. The emperor picked it up and read it, and his smile froze. His face turned pale and his face turned green. He couldn't catch his breath, and all he could see was darkness. The red-robed eunuch saw the emperor's body swaying, and his expression changed. He hurriedly supported him. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" He checked the emperor's body and shouted to the people beside him, "Quick, summon the imperial physician. Also, don't make any noise. If anyone makes a noise, I will beat him to death." As he spoke, he retrieved a glass bottle from his robes and drank a mouthful before handing it to the emperor. This was actually a medicinal wine that the emperor often drank, but that was the rule of the palace. After some time, the emperor took a deep breath and slowly recovered. His face was pale. "Keep the booklet. I'm tired. I'll read it later." The red-robed eunuch kept the booklet on the floor and swept his gaze across it. He saw that Ji Bei Ho had claimed that he was rebelling against the emperor and that he was acting under the orders of King Lu. At that point, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. At that point, he finally understood why the emperor was acting this way. He then instructed, "Summon the crown prince." Yes. Immediately, a eunuch went out to pass the order. Crown Prince's palace, Hall of Music. The crown prince was surrounded by winding corridors. On one side of the garden, there was a row of weeping willows. Musicians were playing music, and young ladies were dancing. The crown prince's face relaxed as he watched the music. The imperial concubine was by his side, and the crown prince gently held her hands. Occasionally, the crown prince would turn his head to look at her, and the two of them would smile at each other. It was a loving gesture. This was because the imperial concubine had given birth to a son for the crown prince, and the crown princess was pregnant. The crown prince was finally at ease. The crown prince was enjoying the music, and his eyes were filled with worry. The female singer tossed her sleeves up and down, and when the song was over, the crown prince laughed. "The sound of the guqin isn't as good as Qianye's." The imperial concubine laughed as well. "That's natural. The princess has been practicing the guqin very hard. It's not easy at all. The last time I went to see the grand princess, I heard her playing the guqin." The crown prince nodded his head before sighing. "If Qianye wasn't a princess, I would have asked her to perform for my father during the heavenly birthday festival." Even before he finished speaking, a commotion broke out. The crown prince paused as he saw a eunuch close to the emperor walk in. His face was pale. "Pa." He fell to his knees. "The emperor isn't feeling well. Please see him." The crown prince's face turned pale as he stood up. "What's wrong with father?" The eunuch was already nervous, and when he heard the crown prince's question, he became even more nervous. He then trembled. "Your Highness, the emperor has fainted by Tai Ming Lake." "What? Hurry, prepare a carriage for me. We shall enter the palace." The crown prince spoke without hesitation. He then turned around. "Imperial concubine, the heavenly birthday festival dance shall be arranged by you." As he spoke, he went to change his clothes. Before long, a carriage passed by, and the crown prince changed his clothes as well. He then boarded the carriage, and a group of soldiers followed him towards the palace. Imperial Palace. The carriage had just arrived at the palace, and the crown prince alighted from the carriage. He saw 2 eunuchs and a few servants waiting for him. The crown prince asked, "Where's father now?" "He's in meditation hall." The eunuch replied before gesturing for the crown prince to board another carriage. The crown prince boarded the carriage and headed towards the meditation hall. It was noon, and although it was spring, it was still scorching hot. The crown prince had just arrived when Huang Wugong, who had been serving the emperor, stepped forward and whispered, "Your Highness, you've finally arrived. The emperor has something on his mind and refuses to take his medicine. Please advise him." The crown prince was taken aback, and hurriedly entered the hall. He bowed before the emperor, ordered him to dispense with the formalities. When he looked up at the emperor, he was taken aback. Compared to yesterday, the emperor looked much older. His face was flushed red, and had a tinge of gray to it. The crown prince knew that the emperor's illness wasn't light. He then advised, "Father, I've heard that you don't want to take any medicine. This won't do. If a person isn't feeling well, he has to listen to the doctor's advice." The crown prince then took the spoon and fed it to the emperor. The emperor drank a few mouthfuls and felt much better. There was still half a bowl left, and he shook his head in rejection. The emperor's breathing was heavy, and his forehead was sweating profusely. He leaned against the pillow and spoke weakly, "I'm fine. It's just that I'm getting old, and can't take it anymore. Just a little bit and I'll get sick. Ai." Just as the crown prince was about to console him, the emperor smiled and said, "Crown Prince, I dreamt of your grandfather and great-grandfather. They saw me and said that I've opened up new lands and became the emperor. They've done a good job. They even invited me to a banquet. When you came, I woke up." As the emperor spoke, his voice was drifting, as though he was sleep-talking. When the crown prince heard these words, tears started rolling down his cheeks. This was an ominous sign. He couldn't stand it any longer and kowtowed, "Father, you drew your sword and swept away the bandits. Who dares to say that your achievements are inferior to those of the previous emperors? Your son can still remember the way you fought on the battlefield. Your body has always been strong and healthy. This time, it's just a small illness. In the future, you will recover and live to a ripe old age." Ha ha! Hearing the crown prince's words, the emperor laughed. "Crown Prince, life and death are decreed by fate. It's not like your father doesn't know this. Since ancient times, which emperor hasn't died? This is all destined. As long as the empire is stable, when I see your grandfather in the future, I'll be able to rest easy. Those who seek longevity are the ones who lose their lives. Remember, you must never give up on the path of greatness to pursue petty trick." Seeing that the crown prince had agreed, the emperor seemed to be in better spirits. He then said, "Jibei Ho said that he rebelled under King Lu's orders. Is that right?" The emperor's words were emotionless, as though he was asking a normal question. When the crown prince heard this, he felt goosebumps all over his body as his heartbeat quickened. He then remembered what Pei Ziyun had said before he left. He hurriedly kowtowed, "Father, Jibei Ho said that he rebelled under King Lu's orders. Your son feels that this is the ambition of a wolf, and that he intends to bring chaos to the world." As the crown prince spoke up to this point, he regained his composure and raised his voice. "Father, your son believes that King Lu is my younger brother, and also your son. Jibei Ho rebelled, and saw that he was about to be wiped out. That's why he's like a cornered beast, trying to drive a wedge between us. Such accusations cannot be taken seriously. It's just that in order to avoid arousing suspicion, I have to announce my younger brother's return. This way, I can show my innocence to the rest of the world. He can also accompany my father, as a sign of filial piety. I plead for my father's judgment." Jibei Ho's rebellion had caused a huge change in the world. The crown prince finally understood that it was a mistake for him to release King Lu. Furthermore, Jibei Ho had publicly announced that he was obeying King Lu's orders before he rebelled. Regardless of reason, he had to recall Jibei Ho for investigation. If the crown prince continued to be unreasonable, it would seem like he had other intentions. Cough, cough, the emperor coughed twice. When he heard the crown prince's words, he stared at the crown prince. He then sighed, "You're right, we should investigate." The emperor fell silent for some time before closing his eyes, as though he was deep in thought. After some time, he spoke, "Send someone to relay my orders. Investigate King Lu thoroughly, and decide what to do with him." As soon as the words were spoken, the emperor's heart started palpitating violently. He then sighed, "You may leave." Seeing the crown prince leave, the red-robed eunuch whispered, "Your Majesty? Ai, it's really King Lu. I shall act personally and strip him of his title and imprison him. That's better than brothers killing each other. If not, King Lu might not even be able to keep his life. Besides, if I act personally, King Lu's descendants can still inherit the title of Canton King. I can't allow them to die together with King Lu." The emperor mumbled as he fell asleep. "Your Majesty!" The eunuch couldn't help but whimper. Seeing that the emperor had fallen asleep, he took off his shoes and patrolled the entire hall. Chapter 312. In the afternoon, a gust of wind blew past, bringing with it some heat. Several eunuchs cleared the way as a group of imperial guards guarded the carriage. Within the carriage, only the crown prince could be seen seated. The matter of Baoyang County's magistrate reporting on King Lu had already been reported to the crown prince a few days ago. Now that Ji Bei Ho had declared that he had to listen to King Lu's orders, the news had spread far and wide, and could no longer be suppressed. The crown prince squinted his eyes as he suppressed his uneasiness, sadness, and even happiness. He knew that this happiness wasn't right, but he still felt it in his heart. Suppressing the news was for the sake of the bigger picture. However, Ji Bei Ho had raised the flag of King Lu, which forced the imperial court and King Lu to make a decision. Reputation, the fate of the nation, and the brotherhood of King Lu. All of these weighed heavily on the crown prince's heart. Although he wanted to suppress the news, he didn't want to bear the reputation of killing his own brother. Furthermore, Ji Bei Ho had rebelled and claimed that King Lu was the instigator. His father had ordered him to investigate. This was a good opportunity and also a test. Father wants me to do this, and this is actually a test for me. I can't use a cruel and merciless person to investigate. Even if it wasn't a big deal, it would still be a big deal. The crown prince thought to himself before gritting his teeth, "I have to invite someone who is neutral and kind. With father around, I can't do anything to King Lu. But there are suspicions. Regardless of whether this is true or not, it's still a stain on his reputation. I can take this opportunity to remove King Lu's military authority. A prince with a battalion of soldiers would be more than enough. 10,000 soldiers would be the cause of chaos." Within the carriage, he could hear the footsteps of the imperial guards, as well as the voices of the crowd outside. The crown prince thought to himself as he suppressed the happiness in his heart. "Father, I think it's better for you to rest soon. Crown Prince's mansion, Your Highness, the crown prince has returned." Liang Ti was waiting within the hall when a eunuch entered and reported. He went straight to his study and didn't come out. The harem was not allowed to meddle in politics. Liang Ti then instructed, "Has the crown prince eaten lunch? If not, prepare the kitchen. The weather is getting warmer, and the crown prince isn't paying attention today. Serve me some vegetable soup, it should have a stronger flavor." "Yes." Someone immediately went to get it done and came back after a while. "The crown prince hasn't used it yet. However, he used it in a hurry and is still busy." When night fell, the crown prince was still meeting people. It was not easy to hear that everyone had left. Liang Si could not bear it any longer and went over. At this time, the night was getting dark. The crown prince was sitting upright in the hall. 3 candles lit up the hall, and a small cauldron was burning incense. "The imperial concubine has arrived." The voice of a eunuch rang out. "Come in." The interior of the hall was brightly lit, and the walls were decorated with paintings and paintings. The entire hall was filled with elegance and elegance. The concubine pushed the door open, and the crown prince looked at her. His earlier frustrations had all dissipated, and no longer showed on his face. He then saw that it wasn't just the concubine who entered, there was a palace maid following behind her. She was holding a platter of dishes in her hands. The crown prince couldn't help but laugh. It's already so late and you're still thinking about food. Here are some memorials. I shall eat once I've read them. The concubine bowed and said, You didn't have a good meal this afternoon. It's best that you eat on time. As for the memorials, I can't say much. But you can read them after you've eaten. As she spoke, the serving maid stepped forward to serve the crown prince. There were 7 or 8 dishes on the table. The crown prince smiled and ate. According to the rules, he only ate a few mouthfuls of each dish. Imperial concubine, how was the rehearsal for the dance today? After he had finished eating, the crown prince looked at the concubine and asked. Hearing this, the concubine walked behind the crown prince and gently massaged his temples. She then said, The rehearsal has been arranged. All we need to do now is to perform. And the crown prince replied as his entire body relaxed. He then reached out and grabbed the concubine's hands. Concubine, with you by my side, I have not wasted half of my life. As they spoke, the two of them got closer and closer. Just as they were about to kiss, the concubine felt embarrassed and pushed him away. Your Highness, please continue reading the memorials. I shall take my leave. The concubine was naturally shy, and the crown prince knew that. Hence, he revealed a smile on his face. As he watched her leave, he suddenly thought of King Lu. His face turned solemn as he stood up and stared at the night sky. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today. His concubine, his son, and the entire world. He would not allow anyone to threaten him, not even his own brother. Men. The crown prince ordered. A eunuch then walked in and knelt down on the ground. The crown prince looked at him and said, Send a letter to Pei Ziyun. Tell him to end the war in Ying Prefecture as soon as possible. Do it before the imperial envoy arrives in Qin Prefecture. The eunuch acknowledged and went out to deliver the order. Yuan and Commandery Pei Ziyun led his troops towards Yuan and Commandery. He noticed that there were about 5,000 of them. Although they couldn't be said to be in perfect formation, it would be a miracle if an army was in perfect formation. However, they were still orderly. Pei Ziyun sat in the carriage and looked out the window. It was almost summer. The sun was setting, and the clouds were dyed red, and the fields were bathed in a layer of gold. Pei Ziyun watched as someone spoke softly. Dao Master, the Crown Prince's orders have been passed down. Pei Ziyun paused as he saw an official walk over. He was drenched in sweat, and had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looked extremely capable as he handed him a scroll. Pei Ziyun smiled and received the scroll. He then opened it up and laughed. So that's how it is. I understand now. Hasten the process and meet up with the Crown Prince. Yes. The official acknowledged. Seeing him leave, Pei Ziyun remained expressionless. His face was wooden as he thought to himself, Hey, the plan has been accomplished. Now it's time to see if King Lu dares to rebel. The Crown Prince is getting more and more cautious. Dark Altar Sect, Xieqing Dong, you've gotten too entangled. Do you think you can escape? Yuan and Commandery from time to time, huge rocks would fly through the air and smash into the walls of the city. Bricks and stones flew in all directions, and a cloud of dust could be seen. At the bottom of the city, the chariot was filled with black water. The sound of the drums was getting louder and louder as they climbed up the walls. Shoot! The command was given from the top of the walls. At that point, the skies darkened as a rain of arrows and stones rained down. The cloud ladders were covered in blood. From time to time, the ladders would break and fall to the ground. Even so, it was clear that the city walls were on the verge of collapsing. Pei Ziyun's 5,000 men set up camp at the side, and didn't advance to disrupt the attack. He only brought 100 men with him as he rushed to the main tent. Inside the tent there was a sand table, and in the middle of the tent was a table. A tiger skin chair was placed on top of it, with the words "just like I'm here" written on it. The moment he entered, he could feel a strong killing intent emanating from the surroundings. Pei Ziyun sat down and saw Chen Yong kneeling down on one knee. "Greetings, Tao Master. Just now I was the commander of the army, and didn't welcome you. I begged Tao Master to punish me. Get up. There are big and small matters. Now that we're attacking the city as the commander, you cannot leave easily. This is the right thing to do." Pei Ziyun looked around him before smiling coldly. "I took a look earlier. Yuan Commandery is on the verge of collapsing, and will be conquered within a few days. You've done well. However, are you blaming me for stealing your credit?" Pei Ziyun looked at Chen Yong casually. When Chen Yong heard these words, he started sweating profusely as he hurriedly kneeled down again. "The only reason I'm able to do this is because of Tao Master's strategy. I've taken some credit from Tao Master." Pei Ziyun looked at him and waved a hand. "Don't think too much. I didn't want to come, but I had no choice. Take a look at this and you'll understand." As he spoke, his face was filled with melancholy as he handed him a document. Chen Yong received the document and opened it to see that it was from the Crown Prince. He hurriedly knelt down and read it. When he finished reading, his expression changed. Pei Ziyun took several steps and looked up at the sky. The sky was blue and white clouds floated by. Ji Bei Ho claims that the rebellion was ordered by King Lu. Because of this, the emperor has fallen ill. The Crown Prince wishes for us to end the war in Ying Prefecture as soon as possible, before things get out of hand. "Yes, Tao Master. I understand." When Chen Yong heard this, he immediately kowtowed. This matter involved the emperor and the Crown Prince. If he disobeyed, the Crown Prince would use the emperor's sword to kill him. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "It's good that you understand. It's not a big deal, and the Crown Prince wouldn't urge us to end the rebellion in Ying Prefecture. The bigger picture is to prevent the North and South from interfering. The smaller picture is to prevent this matter from escalating." Chen Yong wasn't stupid. The moment Pei Ziyun said this, he understood. He also understood the Crown Prince's worries. He bowed. "Yes, I understand. I shall disregard everything else and take down Yuan Prefecture." Qin Prefecture King Lu sat upright. His face was ashen as he looked at the courtyard. He didn't look away for a long time. At this point, a servant came in with a cup of tea. When he saw King Lu in such a state, his body trembled, and some water spilled out. King Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the servant's body trembled as the teacup fell to the ground. But the teacup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The servant was so frightened that he fell to his knees and kowtowed. "Your Majesty, please spare my life. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Drag him out and beat him to death." King Lu didn't even look at the servant as he ordered. Xie Qingdong looked at King Lu and frowned. The servant continued to beg for mercy as two of his personal guards dragged him out. From afar, screams could be heard. When Xie Qingdong heard this, he stood up and apologized. "It's my fault for not doing my job well. Please punish me, King Lu." King Lu's face fell as he thought of using this man. He then sighed and said, "This is Ji Bei Ho's shamelessness. You can't be blamed for this." He then looked at the eunuch and asked, "How many men can we control now?" "We can control 2/3 of them, but we have to be quick. If the imperial envoy arrives, we might not be able to do so. Besides, I'm afraid the Taoist officials have already sent word to us. I'm afraid the generals are already on guard." Hearing these words, King Lu gritted his teeth and grinned. He then turned around to look at Xie Qingdong. "What do you think?" Xie Qingdong was somewhat melancholic as he replied, King Lu, although we haven't made sufficient preparations, I'm afraid we don't have much time left. This investigation by the Imperial Envoy is a small matter. I think that unless the Imperial Envoy is an idiot, he would definitely investigate thoroughly. After all, King Lu is the son of the Emperor. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they would drag this out until Ji Bei Ho's army is truly defeated. Only then would they make a move. But if Ji Bei Ho's army is truly defeated, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers fighting in the south can be transferred to the north. Furthermore, they would be able to provide them with sufficient rations. This would make a huge difference. That's why this official feels that no matter how difficult it is, we have to make a move. We cannot allow the imperial court to take control of the situation. When King Lu heard this, he didn't speak. After some time, he took in a deep breath and felt his entire body go soft. He then sat down on a chair and thought for some time before he made up his mind. He then revealed a fierce look. Yes, the generals are already prepared for this and won't give me a chance. However, before the imperial envoy comes to take away my authority, I am still a prince and have the authority to control the 3 mansions. Summon them to my palace. He then turned around and spoke to Xie Qingdong. Mr. Xie, these generals might be cornered and do something desperate. Send some men to coordinate with them and catch them in one fell swoop. Yes. Xie Qingdong acknowledged. He didn't know why, but a dark cloud had formed over his heart. He then thought for a while before speaking. I'll do it now. Chapter 313. Holy Jail Sect. Holy Jail Sect's paradise was Dongling Mountain. Actually, it wasn't far from where people lived. The mountain wasn't wide and the mountain was shrouded in mist. Outsiders wouldn't be able to see much of the mountain's unique features. There was a spring running down the mountain and a lush green forest. If one were to talk about scenic spots, it would be the aerial terrace, hidden stone pines and cloud viewing pavilion. In the early summer, there were unknown wild flowers blooming on the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there was a building. There were many bamboos around the building. There was a table in front of the building. There was a tea set and a tea set. The teacups were still steaming, but there was no one around. A voice came from the building. Senior brother, be gentler. You're hurting me. The sound of a bed swaying could be heard. Senior brother Zhou, something bad has happened. Footsteps and voices could be heard, causing the people in the building to be alarmed. Everyone fell silent. What's the matter? Zhou-An's voice could be heard from the building. Previously, he was reprimanded by the old Taoist and reported it to the sect leader. The sect leader had no choice but to transfer him back. Since then, the sect leader didn't value him as much. Now that he was in bed with his junior sister, he didn't expect someone to disturb him. Senior brother, senior Uncle Xing is dead. The news has just reached us, and the entire sect is in shock. The Taoist reported from the door. Zhou-An paused and stood up immediately. The junior sister on the bed was no longer wearing her robes. She had pulled down her robes, revealing her shoulders and perky breasts. Her face was flushed red, and her eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. She snorted, Senior brother, what has Elder Zheng's death got to do with us? The junior sister moved closer to Zhou-An, wanting to cling on to him. I have other matters to attend to. Zhou-An pushed her away and hurriedly put on his robes and left. The junior sister paused, feeling humiliated. She threw herself onto the blanket and started crying. How did that old fogey die? Zhou-An ignored the cries and asked the moment he was outside. The Taoist who reported the news was about 20 years old. He had a delicate and pretty face. When he heard the question, he paused and hurriedly said, Dark Altar sect followed us and sent their elder Xing over. Who would have thought that even after sending their Earth immortal clones, they still couldn't kill him? All of them died in Baoyang County. Only Xie Qingdong managed to escape. The Taoist glanced at his senior brother and explained everything in detail. Zhouan did not speak for a while and just looked at the bamboo forest. The bamboo forest was quiet and secluded. A few new bamboos emerged. They were young and pretty, swaying with the wind and making rustling sounds. Zhouan suddenly laughed loudly. He laughed until tears came out. This old man is finally dead. Who is Gai Gua's backer now? At the thought of this, Zhouan's mouth became dry. Gai Gua has entered the Xuanji cave and is about to open the divine gate. It was fine if Elder Xing, old Taoist, was supporting her from behind, but now that there's no one, she's just meat on the chopping block. No, if I open the gate of heaven for her, I can't just do as I please. Senior brother? Senior brother? The Taoist saw that Zhou-An's expression was not right and hurriedly shouted. When Zhou-An heard this, he came to his senses and took out a banknote and handed it over, saying, "You did well, this is for you. If you have any problems with your homework in the future, feel free to look for me." Thank you, senior brother. Wasn't this the reason why the Taoist was so attentive? He hurriedly accepted the banknote and thanked him before retreating. Watching the Taoist leave, Zhou-An paced back and forth in the bamboo forest. Gradually, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Gai Gua, you're finally going to be mine. I have a feeling that as long as I can obtain your primordial Yin, I can immediately open the gates of heaven, and even go one step further. Not only me, but the disciples of the other elders are also eyeing you covetously. A single thought is immortal, and a single thought is mortal. If I don't become a Yin master, I'm still a mortal. Since I want you, why don't you just give it to me? The sun shone down on the bamboo forest, making it look like a myriad of colors. The wind blew past, causing his robes to flutter. Zhou-An's expression was ferocious as he muttered to himself. He then walked towards the kitchen. There were more than 100 disciples in Holy Jail sect, and the rules were not small. The kitchen was not small either. It was a courtyard with a large open house on both sides. There were 4 long tables in the main hall, and the food had already been laid out. According to the rules of Holy Jail sect, the elders had their own food boxes specially prepared for them. They could even order their own dishes. The core disciples who had opened the gate of heaven were of a higher class. Once again, only the sect leader and the elders had not opened the gate of heaven. As for the other ordinary disciples, they could only eat in the large canteen. Zhou-An relied on his status as the sect leader's disciple to enter the kitchen. Looking at the dazzling array of dishes, a disciple walked up to him with an honest smile on his face. He bowed. "Senior brother, what would you like to eat today?" Actually, if Zhou-An was just the sect leader's disciple, he wouldn't be considered very respectable. However, he came from a wealthy family. His father, Zhou Chang Xian, had donated 3,000 taels of silver to Holy Jail sect. Zhou-An had a few hundred taels of silver in his hands. Not only did the sect give him many opportunities, the kitchen was even more hospitable. If he had money, he would be able to get special treatment. Zhou-An nodded and looked around. Cucumber scrambled eggs, black fungus mixed with green onions, a plate of beef, and a plate of prawns. That's it. Send it to me. As he spoke, he casually threw a string of coins. The outer sect disciple hurriedly smiled. "I'll get it done for you." As he spoke, the outer sect disciple packed the food into the boxes. Zhou-An pretended to casually point to one and asked, "Which elder's box is this?" "Oh, this is Senior Sister Cheese box. She entered the Jade Formation cave, and the sect rules dictate that we deliver it to her." The outer sect disciple glanced at the box and replied. Zhou-An was speechless, and the outer sect disciple went to pick the boxes. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhou-An took out a small paper bag and opened the box. He carefully opened the paper bag and poured the medicine into the food. He then walked out of the kitchen. The Jade Formation cave was not far away, and there were many stone steps along the way. Zhou-An walked up the stairs and arrived at the entrance of the cave. He saw that there was a pavilion just outside the entrance. He looked around and saw that there were many trees all around. It was very quiet. He then hid behind a tree. After some time, someone jumped into the jade formation cave and picked out the same box that he had used the last time. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, the medicine should have taken effect. It wasn't easy for me to obtain this restrictive spell. It also has a hallucinogenic effect. It's specially made to deal with female cultivators. Zhou An's heart warmed as he stepped into the cave. The cave was divided into 2 levels. The outside was a stone room. The stone room was very clean, and had a stone table and chairs. There were food boxes on top of the table. Zhou looked inside and saw that half of the food had been eaten. He then smiled. Near the entrance was a large stone door. He tried to push it, but it wouldn't open. The Jade Formation Cave was a place where Taoists would attempt to break through the gates of heaven. It was a forbidden area and had its own restrictive spells. Zhou took out a silver token and pressed it against the door. The door lit up and the spell was activated. The door opened slowly. Although there was a restrictive spell, Zhou was the sect leader's disciple. He was favored and had money. He had his own ways of obtaining it. After entering the door, there were 2 rows of stone rooms. There were only 6 rooms, and one of them was occupied. Zhou An's heart skipped a beat. He could hear the sound of rapid breathing. The medicine is taking effect. I don't have the keys to the rooms inside. But it doesn't matter. I have my own ways. As long as I tell her the news, she will open the door no matter how cautious she is. Zhou then rushed to Qi Aigua's secret room and shouted in panic, "Junior Sister Qi, this is bad. Elder Xing has been killed." Qi Aigua had already felt that something was amiss. She felt her body heating up and was suspicious. Seeing that someone was coming in, she was cautious and did not open the door. As soon as she heard this, she was shocked. A strong sense of foreboding welled up within her. It was the same feeling she had when her parents passed away. She felt dizzy as she opened the door and asked, "What happened to my master?" "Junior Sister Qi, he's dead." Zhou laughed as he rushed in. Qi Aigua's face turned cold. Although she did not bring any weapons, she conjured a sword spell. "Senior brother Zhou, what are you trying to do?" She was not afraid. She had been praised as a genius by her master. In just a few years, she had already reached the 10th level of the foundation building stage. For the sake of revenge, she had to improve her martial arts, especially her sword techniques. Although Zhou was her senior brother, she could fight against 3 of them at once. This was the reason why she opened the door. "What are you trying to do?" Zhou observed her expression and clapped his hands. That's true, that's true." Qi Aigua paused, feeling the world spinning around her as her entire body went soft. "How's my medicine?" Zhou laughed out loud as he rushed towards Qi Aigua. Qi Aigua barely managed to dodge as her face fell. What are you trying to do? You barged into the Jade Fate Cave and broke the rules. Even the sect leader will not be able to protect you. Haha, Senior Uncle Xing is already dead. Nobody will save you. Who will stand up for you? Your innate talents are strong and your primordial yin is abundant. Nobody in the sect can compare to you. Furthermore, you're so beautiful. You're the most precious human furnace. Senior Uncle Xing was a playboy when he was young. Who would have thought that he would treat you like his own daughter when he was older? What a waste. Now that you're mine, as long as I steal your primordial yin and open the gates of heaven, even if I'm punished, I'll accept it. Besides, the winner takes all. As long as I have you and open the gates of heaven, even my master won't punish me severely. Zhou's eyes were red as he spoke as he grabbed Qi Aigua. Qi Aigua stretched out her hands to push him away. Her face was flushed red from the exertion of force. She had been poisoned and yet she resisted. Seeing this, Zhou felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. "Master, save me!" Qi Aigua struggled as tears streamed down her cheeks. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Her father was dead, her mother was dead, and then her master was dead. Now, even she couldn't escape. They died because of me. I'm the main culprit. Joan grabbed her collar and tore it open with a "chi" sound, revealing the red bra underneath. Half of her perky breasts were exposed, and his imagination ran wild. His fingers pinched the strap of the bra, wanting to break it. Chi Guo was in despair. Her eyes were filled with madness as she screamed out loud. Following this scream, there was a loud boom as a gust of wind blew through the stone room. Spiritual energy gathered around her as her powers surged. Joan was shocked as he took a closer look. His expression changed, not good. Chi Guo is about to break through the gates of heaven. I can't retreat. Once she breaks through the gates of heaven and becomes a Yin master, she can inherit Senior Uncle Zheng's position and become a core disciple or even an elder. When that happens, my days will be tough. Joan spun several times and saw that the vibrations were getting stronger. He steeled his heart and pulled out his sword. Junior sister, consider yourself unlucky. As he said this, he stabbed at her. Pooh! The sword pierced through. However, his hands were trembling as he stabbed her. He missed the mark. Joan pulled out his sword as fresh blood spurted out and splashed onto his face. He shouted out in anger as he tried to boost his morale. He then stabbed Chi Guo in the chest. Chapter 3:14. So it's true, it's true. Chi Guo's eyes were filled with tears of blood. She pointed a finger at Joan, bind. Joan channeled his energy, wanting to dodge. His body froze, and he was unable to move. All of you will die. Chi Guo's eyes were cold, as steam rose from her body. Joan's body trembled. This was a sign that the effects of the drug had been expelled from his body. Just as he was panicking, a heavy slap landed on his face. Joan's head spun, and he was sent flying backwards. Quang! This slap was so heavy that half of Joan's teeth flew out. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. After Chi Guo had slapped him, blood flowed out once more. Her face was pale as she touched her wound. Her hand glowed and the blood stopped flowing. However, the Taoist treatment only caused the wound to heal slightly. She then bandaged it up again. She then picked up her sword and walked towards Joan. Joan's face was filled with fear. He looked at Chi Guo and shouted, "You cannot kill me, I am the disciple of the sect leader." At this point, Joan calmed down. His voice grew louder and louder, "I am the disciple of the sect leader. My father donated 3,000 taels of silver to Holy Jail sect. Do you know what 3,000 taels of silver means? The imperial court princess earns only 1,500 stones of rice and 2,000 taels of silver a year. The prefecture Prince Qing Shun of Ying Prefecture only earns 5,000 taels of silver a year. You're a burden to the sect. Have you ever contributed anything to the sect? Even if I broke the rules, only the elders can take me down. The sect leader has to decide. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, the sect will punish you." Chi Guo's expression turned even colder. She then asked, "Senior brother Zhou, are you done?" Joan was taken aback. Before he had time to think, he saw Chi Guo raise her sword. With a piu sound, the tip of the sword pierced through his chest and came out from his back. Joan's body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. He screamed and fell backwards, blood splattering all over the wall. Chi Guo pulled out her sword and pressed forward. Joan was not dead yet, as he screamed and struggled. His eyes were filled with fear as he shouted, "Junior sister, I was wrong. Spare me, save me, save me. I can still be saved." As he spoke, he knelt on the ground and repeatedly kowtowed. Chi Guo stared blankly as the sword light pierced forward. Zhou screams stopped as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was covered in blood as his eyes widened and he gradually breathed his last. Gaigua threw the sword to the ground and curled up in a corner, tears streaming down her face. After a long time, Gaigua finally struggled to get up. Although she was young, she knew that killing the sect leader's disciple was a huge sin. Furthermore, she had no one to rely on. Remembering her master's request, Gaigua wiped away her tears and carefully took off her blood-stained clothes. She bandaged her wounds and changed into a new dress. She closed the quiet room and walked down the stone step. As far as Gaigua was concerned, after not seeing her for more than 10 days, the entire mountain path had become lush and verdant. She walked along the green tiles and the whitewashed walls, but did not see a single person. She could only hear the faint sounds of a zither, as if someone was drinking and laughing. Gaigua thought for a moment before walking to a side door. She gently pushed it open and entered. As soon as she entered, she heard someone shouting, "Who's there?" Gaigua could tell that it was a middle-aged man. He was a Taoist, and had never opened the gates of heaven in his entire life. All he did was take care of some miscellaneous matters. She then replied, "It's me." Although her face was pale due to her injuries, her expression was calm. The middle-aged Taoist did not suspect anything. He then smiled, "So it's my junior disciple. Why aren't you at the Xuanji cave? What's the matter?" "The weather's getting hot, I'm going back to my room to get a change of clothes." Gaigua's explanation was flawless. All sorts of matters, including food, could be handled by an outer sect disciple. However, it was still awkward to handle personal clothing. "Aigua, the weather's getting hot. You do need to change your clothes. Our sect has recently distributed some silks to us. I'll cut some clothes for you," the middle-aged Taoist said. Gaigua knew that he hadn't received the news of her master's death yet. She nodded and turned around to go inside. She walked along the corridor and entered the area where the elders lived. The small building was hidden among the bamboo trees. She walked up the stairs and pushed open the door. Gaigua looked at the room blankly. Apart from a small amount of dust, she noticed that the room was still clean. Everything was still there. There were a few books on the table, and the curtains on the bed were drawn. It was as if her master would come in and speak to her any moment. She covered her face with her hands as tears streamed down her cheeks. All of a sudden, a jade tablet flashed. She paused before pouncing on it. She touched it and an image appeared. It was the old Taoist. Gaigua looked at it and shouted out in surprise, "Master, are you all right?" She then heard the image say, "Aigua, if you see this, I may not be able to help you anymore. With me around, there will be a place for you in the sect. Without me, to be honest, Holy Jail Sect is not a good place for a girl like you. This is a treasure that I've specially left for you. It contains the secret manual for opening the gates of heaven. It can also hide the secrets of the heavens. If anything happens, go to the capital city. That's a place where Taoist sects cannot develop. It's much safer there." As soon as he finished speaking, the image disappeared. Gaigua could no longer hold it in and started sobbing. After an unknown amount of time, she heard a commotion from afar. She was startled and grabbed the jade tablet. She ran up the stairs and took one last look at the sect. Her eyes were filled with melancholy as she walked down the mountain path. After some time, a Taoist shouted, "Not good, senior brother Zhou has been killed. There's blood. Quick, use your spiritual beasts to chase after her." Someone shouted in anger, "She can't have gotten far." Yuan and county huge rocks were flying through the air. All of a sudden, a loud boom could be heard. A part of the city wall could no longer withstand the bombardment and was finally breached. The soldiers of the imperial court rushed in like floodwaters. In the past few days, the soldiers had tried their best and used all sorts of method. Although there were many casualties, they still managed to break through the city wall. This was completely out of Pei Ziyun's expectations. It was as though King Lu had agreed to their demands. However, fighting spirit wasn't everything. The city wall was finally breached. The soldiers clashed against each other as they slashed and slashed at each other. Within seconds, hundreds of people had fallen to the ground, fresh blood stained the ground. Tao Master has given his orders. Those who do not surrender are to be killed without mercy. Someone shouted out. Hearing this order, the enemy soldiers had no choice but to fight to the death. Their bodies were riddled with wounds as they struggled to hold on. However, as the soldiers continued to fight, they were drowned in more blades. Corpses continued to fall from the sky. Within the city, cries and screams could be heard. Smoke and fire could be seen everywhere. Pei Ziyun climbed up to a part of the city wall that had been cleared of enemies and watched silently. Tao Master, the enemy soldiers have been defeated. As long as you surrender, the battle will stop. Such a massacre not only kills many soldiers, but also harms the citizens. The county magistrate Wei Yu kowtowed profusely. Pei Ziyun didn't even look at him as he laughed. Maybe it's because I'm kind and merciful that I've pardoned so many people. That's why there are so many people who are willing to try their luck. Let's not talk about the enemy soldiers for now. Everyone has their own master. The officials and the wealthy families within the city have been blessed by the emperor for a long time. If the enemy soldiers were strong, then so be it. But now that they're weak, they're not willing to take the risk of betrayal. That's strange. If the enemy soldiers can kill people and wipe out entire families, why can't the imperial court do the same? If we were to follow the military laws during wartime, we would have to cleanse the city for 3 days, to let everyone know the consequences of resisting. Pei Ziyun looked at Wei Yu and said, however, things are different now, and we shall not allow the soldiers to fight for themselves. You and the rest of the county magistrates shall lead a group of people to search for the officials and wealthy families within the city. All males above the age of 10 shall be beheaded. Tao Master, you mustn't do that. You mustn't do that. This is a disservice to the imperial court. When Wei Yu heard this, he immediately shouted out. You're not following orders? Pei Ziyun spoke through gritted teeth, causing everyone who heard him to shiver in fear. Wei Yu felt a chill run down his spine, but he had already spoken out loud. This is worse than killing prisoners of war. It's a disservice to the heavens. This lowly official cannot follow orders. Good. You're so loyal to the emperor now. Since you're loyal to the emperor, why did you betray him? Men, behead this person as a traitor. Pei Ziyun was enraged as he shouted out. His personal guards pounced on him and knocked his official hat off his head before dragging him away. How dare you? How dare you? The county magistrate Wei Yu shouted. Why wouldn't I dare? Drag him away and execute him. Pei Ziyun laughed evilly. After some time, a scream could be heard. A moment later, a severed head was presented to him. It was the head of Wei Yu. The surrounding magistrates trembled in fear. Pei Ziyun laughed evilly and asked again, You're not following orders? This lowly official is following orders. The few magistrates bowed down together before Pei Ziyun regained some of his composure. He then turned to an armored officer and said, Send some soldiers to follow the magistrate and search his house. Every squad will follow a civil official and record the amount of silver that was seized. Not only do you have to distribute the silver to the soldiers, you have to hand it over to the imperial court. You're the officer that the imperial court sent here to wield the emperor's sword. It's best that you take part in this. Yes. The officer remained unmoved as he received his orders. Before long, squads of soldiers marched out and entered the city. There weren't many soldiers in each squad, but it was more than enough to search the houses. Zhang Mansion, boom! A loud sound could be heard as the doors of a mansion burst open. A squad of soldiers swarmed in. The people inside the mansion were shocked and angry. A middle-aged man walked out with his servants and forced a smile. I'm an official in the Imperial Court and have contacted the Imperial Court before. Is there a misunderstanding? Before he could finish speaking, one of the soldiers laughed out, The Tao Master has given his orders. At this point, anyone who refuses to cooperate with the Imperial Court is a traitor and will be killed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, he pierced his long blade through the air. A loud "pu" sound could be heard as the middle-aged man screamed out in pain and fell to the ground. He was no longer breathing. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with disbelief. The servants screamed out in pain. Kill, kill, kill! The soldiers swarmed in and slashed their blades. Dozens of people fell to the ground. Apart from women and children, they killed everyone they saw. A low-ranking officer looked on coldly and shouted out, You're not allowed to be promiscuous. You're not allowed to keep any gold or silver. The Tao Master has said that everything will be handed down to our brothers. Anyone who dares to extend their hands at this point will be killed without mercy. Do you understand? Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the sounds of killing gradually died down. The magistrate sighed. He knew that the resistance of the traitors was over. What followed was a massacre of all the officials in the city. For traitors, the Imperial Court to forgive them is a grace. Not forgiving them is a matter of course. Nobody can say that they've done anything wrong. Although this was what he said, looking at how the officials were treated, he couldn't help but sympathize with them. Chapter 3:15. A bolt of lightning flashed through the sky, lighting up the entire area. Gaigwa walked through the forest unsteadily. She did not dare to walk on the path with many people, and instead walked deeper into the forest. She crossed a small hill and circled around a pond filled with reeds. She used the sweet dew technique to heal her wounds, but as she moved, it tore open again, causing blood to seep out. I have yet to avenge my parents, and I have yet to avenge my master's death. I can't die. Gaigwa mumbled to herself. She continued walking like this, stumbling and stumbling. When she reached a corner, she suddenly tripped and fell down. In an instant, she did not know what had happened. As the rain continued to fall, a sound could be heard coming from within the forest. A fox leaped out, its eyes scanning its surroundings. It had an intelligent look on its face, and its ears twitched slightly as it listened for any movement. Gigi. The fox called out as it came to the side of the water. It waited quietly on the shore, and suddenly stretched out its claws, grabbing a fish out of the water. The fox bit the fish to death and ate it cleanly. It then began combing through the water, looking very delicate. All of a sudden, it stopped moving and its ears twitched. The grass grew thickly in the mountains, and the fox looked in a direction cautiously. It then began to run, and suddenly tripped, rolling on the ground. Gigi. The fox called out angrily, and looked down to see that there was a person on the ground. It was Gaigwa. Her body was covered in blood, and her face was pale. The fox was curious. Even with its keen senses, it did not notice that there was a human nearby. It tilted its head and looked at her. After thinking for a long time, the fox bit on her clothes and dragged her towards a cave. The cave entrance was covered with grass and looked very well hidden. Gigi. The fox thought for a while, and stretched out its claws to collect the blood-stained mud. It then threw it on the other side of the road, all the way to the cliff. The fox was so tired that it stuck out its tongue. It returned to the cave, and looked at Gaigwa before lying down beside her. At the side of the mountain a group of Taoists appeared. The sky was filled with fog and the water was bubbling. The leader of the group was a Taoist wearing a straw raincoat. He looked rather handsome and had wooden shoes on his feet. A dozen disciples followed closely behind him. After passing through a mountain pass, they stopped. Although they had a raincoat, it wasn't enough to protect them from the rain. Furthermore, they were covered in mud and water. One of them had a pale and yellow face as he said, "Damn it, she has a magical item on her that can conceal her presence. Even spells can't detect her. How are we supposed to find her in such a rainy day and in such a huge mountain? We can't find it with spells, but there's blood. Let the spirit beasts follow." The Taoist in the lead furrowed his brows because he couldn't find them for a long time. After a moment of silence, he said, "When we return, we can reward these spirit beasts with some meat and bones." The so-called spiritual beast was actually a dog. For some reason, a person said, "That's all there is to it." As he spoke, he commanded the dog to sniff the air. They continued forward until they reached a cliff. Looking down, they saw a large river. The river was turbulent and the current was rapid. Under the rain, the water splashed up to 30 meters high. No Taoist dared to jump down. The Taoist in the lead looked at her and laughed coldly. "I didn't expect this woman to be so resolute. She actually chose to commit suicide." "Senior brother, should we search further downstream?" the Taoist following them asked. The Taoist in the lead replied, "She was injured. It doesn't matter if she committed suicide or jumped into the water to escape. We won't be able to continue searching. We can only watch the fate lantern. If the fate lantern is still there, it means that she's still alive. Even if she has a magical item, as long as the sect can break the spell cast on her, we'll be able to catch up to her. Senior brother is right." The Taoist understood and didn't stay any longer. He turned around and left. 6 hours later, a fox popped its head out from within the cave. It sniffed the air and realized that there wasn't any scent of a Taoist. The fox then called out in a mocking tone, "Cave." At this point, the sound of coughing could be heard. The ground was covered with dried grass and fur. Gaigwa suddenly sat up, her eyes flashing with a cold light. She reached for her sword, but found nothing. "Where is this?" Gaigwa looked around and saw that she was in a cave. It was extremely simple and cold. Gaigwa stretched out her hand to touch her wound. She could still feel the pain, but it was much better. She touched her wound and found some herbs that she had chewed. She pressed her hand on the grass and felt the fur. Not far away, there was light coming from the entrance of the cave. Gaigwa's face turned pale. She clutched her chest and walked towards the light. "This is a cave." There was a large hole in the cave. Light shone in from outside. Vines grew along the walls of the cave, and there were many wild fruits growing on them. A white fox was wagging its tail as it stood by the side of the pond, its eyes staring intently. At this point, the fish in the pond moved slightly. The fox stretched out its claws and viciously slapped the fish onto the shore. The fox turned around and saw Gaigwa. It couldn't help but smile at Gaigwa. GG. Gaigwa walked over and lowered her body. The fox didn't try to escape. It pointed its claws at the fish and then at Gaigwa. "Do you mean to say that this fish is for me to eat?" Gaigwa asked. The fox nodded its head and placed the fish in her hands. "It's so intelligent." Gaigwa paused as she saw the fox turn around and run away. "Don't go. It's you who saved me, right?" Gaigwa shouted out as the fox disappeared into the vines. Gaigwa slowly squatted down as she choked on her tears. All of a sudden, she felt something rubbing against her cheeks. Looking down, she realized that the fox was holding a fruit in its mouth and was rubbing its face against hers. Gaigwa hugged the fox in her arms as tears flowed down her cheeks. The peach was small and sour, but she still ate it. Gaigwa was from a fisherman's family and knew how to prepare it. She gathered some firewood and used her Tao arts to light it. She then sliced the fish and roasted it before eating. The white fox ate the roasted fish happily and continued to fish in the pond. The fox was very fond of Gaigwa and would always cling to her. After eating, the white fox pulled Gaigwa out of the cave. At this point, the rain had stopped and the sky was clear. The night was cold and refreshing, and the moon hung high in the sky. When the moonlight shone down on the ground, the white fox finally let go of her and stood up. "Gee. Do you want me to learn?" Gaigwa couldn't help but laugh. Her master had clearly said that there was nothing in this world that could be absorbed. Just as she was thinking about this, the fox seemed to have found the right posture. It sucked in the air, and saw the silvery light from the moon falling down into its mouth. The fox trembled as it swallowed, causing Gaigwa to stare at it in shock. After some time, she said, "Demon? I've heard my master say that although there are legends of demons, there have never been any." The fox ignored her, and only stopped after a long time. Its eyes were filled with intelligence. After thinking for some time, it pounced forward and dug out a few herbs before turning around and returning to the cave. "I'm the one who healed you?" Gaigwa took it, and suddenly tears rolled down her cheeks. The white fox seemed to understand Gaigwa's sadness, and it moved closer to her, gently cupping her. The fox meowed a few times before she hugged it. "Fox, you're the best. My mother is gone, my father is gone, and even my master is gone. I only have you now." Pingu County. The sun shone down, bringing with it a scorching heat. An army of 30,000 was marching towards them. Their banners covered the sky, and they could not see the end of the army. According to the rules of the dynasty, all of them were armed and donned in armor. Pei Ziyun arrived at the foot of the city, and noticed that it was impossible to maintain their formation. This was something that no army could do. However, when they arrived at the foot of the city, they raised their banners, and more soldiers regrouped. Very quickly, the majority of the army arrived, and gathered 2 miles away from the city. Under the banner of the main army, more than 30 officials followed the army. Their demeanor was extremely respectful. They had conquered Yuan County and raised their blade. In one breath, they had raided 300 houses and killed many people. When the news spread, even before the main army arrived, all the counties had surrendered, and responded to the summons of the imperial court. The magistrate of Praise Lake County, Lu Dian, was sweating profusely. He said, "Dao Master, I see that the army is at its peak. This Pingu County would not dare to resist the imperial army." Pei Ziyun looked at them, and couldn't help but admit that these people were despicable. Once they started killing, they would naturally become docile. He then laughed and said, "Some of them are elites that I've brought out from the capital city, and are different. As long as the troops of the county have seen blood, they can be used." Pei Ziyun then asked, "We've arrived at Pingu County. Which official wishes to persuade them to surrender?" At this point, the 30-odd officials looked at each other. The magistrate of Praise Lake County, Lu Dian, rubbed his forehead and stood up. "Dao Master, this official is willing to go." Pei Ziyun paused and was somewhat surprised. Whether it was for the sake of merit or something else, this attitude was very appropriate. He then said, "Good. Whether or not you succeed, I will remember your merit." "Thank you, Dao Master. But to persuade Pingu County to surrender, what are your conditions?" Lu Dian was actually quite close to Pei Ziyun, and knew of the news about Pingu County. However, at this point in time, he wouldn't say it out loud. He bowed and asked, "The troops have yet to fight, and the city has already surrendered. This can be considered as a response. I will not go back on my word." Pei Ziyun looked at him and replied plainly, "Yes, Dao Master. I shall see to it immediately." Lu Dian revealed a look of joy as he walked towards the city. Chen Yong, who was standing at the side, stepped forward and whispered, "Dao Master, isn't this a little inappropriate?" Hearing Chen Yong's words, Pei Ziyun laughed. "Firstly, the art of war is important in politics. Politics is important in rolling a snowball and forming a strong momentum. Jibei Ho has 5 counties. Now that I've surrendered Northern County and Yuanan County, the moment Pingu County surrenders, the momentum of the avalanche will be formed. The other 2 counties will no longer have the will to fight. Even if the people above want to fight, the people below will not." Look, the magistrate has surrendered. In the future, all the other counties will surrender. If the county surrenders without a fight, wouldn't that be a merit? If we can set an example and persuade the other counties to surrender, we can even ask the imperial court for a merit. Seeing that Chen Yong was still trying to gather his men, Pei Ziyun laughed. The most important thing is the crown prince's decree. The imperial court urgently needs us to pacify Ying Prefecture. We don't have much time to waste. For this, so what if we are criticized? Yes, Tao Master. Chen Yong understood at this point. He then looked at Lu Dian, who was shouting at the bottom of the city walls. This man wasn't afraid of death. He got close to the city walls and shouted loudly. After some time, the city gates opened with a loud bang. The officials inside lined up and knelt on the ground in welcome. Pinggu County had surrendered. Chapter 3:16. The void world. The sky was filled with clouds. The clouds were burning red, dyeing the entire sky like it was on fire. Occasionally, lightning would flash, followed by the deep sound of thunder. On the altar, the blood-red pool rippled. The sea of monsters that were rushing up looked much thinner. Now, there were only a few thousand of them. The three-faced giant's 6 eyes were stained with blood as he looked at the sparse demons descending from the sky. He saw the last batch of demons with distorted forms. They were forcefully pieced together as they continued to rush up the stone steps of the altar. When they reached the altar, a red light enveloped the demons. The demons screamed in bliss as their bodies exploded, turning into a blood mist that surged towards the center of the altar. After an unknown period of time, all the monsters were dead. There were only 1,000 or 2,000 humanoid monsters left. These monsters' eyes were filled with intelligence. Some of them had yet to completely transform into human form. These monsters knelt on the ground. Strangely, as the monsters died, the world gradually calmed down. The lightning in the sky gradually weakened. The meteorites that were constantly falling also gradually calmed down. As if it was a signal, there was a huge flash in the sky. Following that, there was an earth-shattering explosion of thunder. The fiery clouds gradually turned into thick, dark clouds. The three-eyed giant looked at the sky and stretched out his hand. The rain fell. It's finally raining again after 300 years. The three-eyed giant muttered. The thousands of humanoid monsters on the ground also danced and sang along with the rain, laughing happily. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, landing on the ground nearby. The three-faced giant looked at the sky and muttered, "Is it for me to leave? It's been 700 years. The battle has finally ended. I've won. I'll head on to the next journey." The giant raised his head and looked along the metal chain into the sky. The metal chain seemed to extend to the end of the sky. "Your Majesty, are you leaving?" Among the humanoid monsters below, a monster with goat horns that looked exactly like a human stepped forward. He pressed his body against the ground and said. The three-faced giant lowered his head and looked at the monsters below the altar. He sighed. "Yes, I'm leaving. I descended into the world. Demonic aura enlightened all things. The demon race was born, and we demons usurped the world. The world retaliated. This natural disaster is the embodiment of the world's retaliation. When most of the monsters died, the retaliation stopped. The world is very weak." As the three-faced giant spoke, the demons in the rain listened quietly. Their deaths were worth something. Their demonic aura will be transmitted to the next world. That world will give birth to a new demonic race and undergo their next rebirth. That's right, they will be reborn in that world. The three-faced giant squinted his eyes as he spoke. It's been 700 years. All the races born in this world have been wiped out by our demon clan. You people are the most perfect combination of demon chi and this world. The day that belongs to you has finally arrived. The world will not accept all of you at once. It will give birth to flowers, plants, trees, and other living beings. You will be few in number, so you will continue to reproduce and survive, secretly controlling the world. Do not recklessly destroy it, because the world is extremely weak and cannot endure too much destruction. However, with each epoch, the old and new life forms will be eliminated and developed, while you people will always exist. One day, the world will truly acknowledge you people, and then this world will become the world of the Yao race. This rain is proof of that. The sky is no longer sending down meteors, nor is it directly targeting you all with fire and lightning. This rain has brought new life, the three-faced giant said. Long live the demon emperor, long live the Yao race. We will definitely conquer the world. Thousands of demons shouted loudly. One day, a demon emperor will appear among you, and you will be able to advance into the new world. Look, this is my final lesson for you all. The three-headed giant stepped onto the altar. I will transform into the purest form of power and infuse it into the new world. The foolish new world will accept me because it has obtained a large amount of energy. It will attempt to destroy my consciousness, but that is exactly what I wanted. I will automatically disperse. My power will transform that new world. The three heads correspond to heaven, earth, and man. An intense war will sweep through the world. When we win, I will be able to reunite and advance into the next world. As he spoke, the three-eyed giant transformed into the purest form of blood and rushed out. This blood instantly fused with the metal chain and flew into the distant space. As the three-faced giant disappeared, so did the metal chain. All that was left was an empty altar. Boom! It was also for this reason that the mist covering the altar was completely dispersed. Heavy rain poured down, and lightning flashed in the dark clouds. An unprecedented circular lightning bolt struck the altar. Boom! A mushroom cloud appeared, and the entire altar was completely destroyed. The remaining demons scattered in disarray. Amidst the rain, strands of grass stubbornly dug their way out. Dark altar sect, monastery at the foot of the mountain. Strangely enough, the rain here almost never stopped since the beginning of spring. Sometimes it was heavy, sometimes it was light. Sometimes it was light, and sometimes it was light. Sometimes it seemed like the sky was about to clear up, but in less than half a day, the thick dark clouds came pressing down again. When night fell, a few guards were patrolling the area. The leader of the guards placed his hand on the hilt of his sword as he looked up at the dark skies. Today's patrol has been completed. You all can rest now. I shall go in and take a look. Yes. All the guards acknowledged as the leader entered the side hall. The door was ajar, and the lighting within the hall was very dim. There was only a single lamp which emitted a faint green glow. From the location of the metal chain, there seemed to be an endless amount of red and black energy being emitted. This energy could only be seen within the room, and could not be seen outside. The blind Taoist seemed to be resting, and the leader hurriedly knelt down in front of him. Tao Master, young Master Xie has been defeated. Pei Ziyun has escaped the pursuit of the Earth Immortal's incarnation. The leader revealed a respectful expression as he reported all the information he had gathered. The blind Taoist's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile before he retracted it. This was the leader of the patrolling guards, and he had used the soul confusion technique on the metal chain to control the blind Taoist. He then said, "All right, I understand. You may leave now. Be careful, and do not reveal any flaws." "Yes, Tao Master." The leader acknowledged the order and left. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but for some reason, the blind Taoist suddenly felt a sense of unease. The blind Taoist's face darkened as he paced around the side hall. He stretched out his fingers and calculated. After some time, he furrowed his brows. Although he was an expert in divination, he could not find the source of this unease. Boom! The metal chain began to emit a bright red light. This red light was much brighter than before. It was so bright that it seemed to carry with it starlight. Something's happened. The blind Taoist felt his body tremble as he looked at the metal chain. There was an unbelievable amount of energy being emitted from the anchor, and it carried with it a mysterious aura. Just by looking at it, the blind Taoist could not help but want to pounce on it and absorb it. Every part of his body was screaming. Just one breath and I'll be able to transcend. This intense feeling caused the blind Taoist to not think at all. He pounced on the anchor and inhaled. However, the thick red light was sucked in and then exhaled. Damn it, damn it! How could this be? Could it be that I didn't manage to cultivate this treasure? The blind Taoist's face was contorted as he thought unwillingly. At this point, the sky turned pitch black. Hua hua! The rain continued to pour down, and the dark clouds grew darker and darker. The metal chain continued to glow, and the energy became redder and thicker. Finally, it didn't seem like energy anymore, but blood. It spread out in all directions, as if it was about to merge with the world. Boom! This seemed to have angered the heavens and earth. The sky was now covered by thick, black clouds. The cracks in the clouds flickered, and from time to time, the sound of rolling thunder could be heard. It was as if the entire place was going to be destroyed. Such a powerful force of destruction was about to descend upon the world. The blind Taoist shuddered as he felt an immense sense of fear. Without hesitation, he turned around and pounced. At this point, it was too late for him to hide the fact that his body and cultivation level had been restored. He transformed into a shadow. Who is it? The moment the guards saw him, they pulled out their swords. Leader, what should we do? Hold on, we'll catch up to him. Don't act recklessly. This Taoist is an honored guest of the young master. He's always been courteous to us. He only asked us to watch him, but he didn't ask us to kill him. Let's just capture him and bring him back. The leader rolled his eyes and spoke. Yes, some of the guards felt that something was amiss, but they couldn't say anything wrong. Hence they agreed. At this point, an unfathomable aura spread throughout the entire Taoist temple. Everyone, including the blind Taoist, turned to look. 3 gigantic fireballs appeared above the Taoist temple. These 3 fireballs revolved around each other, as if they had the power to break through the heavens. Sensing this, the dark clouds in the skies grew denser. Everything in sight was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. It was as if they couldn't even see ghosts. Only the skies above the Taoist temple were crackling with electricity. The area within a few kilometers became a sea of lightning. At times it was as bright as day, and at other times it was pitch black. Tribulation? The blind Taoist's body trembled. Although he had never seen it before, just one look was enough to cause him to realize something. His entire body trembled as he tried to escape. Boom! In a certain space there was no sun, but red light shone down. A gentle breeze was blowing, and the mountains and rivers were filled with spiritual energy. The grass and trees were quiet, and the pillars of the heavens were propped up. The stream was so clear that one could see the bottom of it. The water wasn't flowing rapidly, and it rose to the banks. Nearer to the mountain, the scenery was even more beautiful. Flowers surrounded it, and it looked like the clouds. In front of the mountain there was a patch of grass. There was a zither table, a jade stool, a chess table, and a few other things to sit on. There was a 5-colored stone path that led to the palace. Within the palace there was a jade archway. The design was exquisite and the atmosphere was solemn. The words "Dark Altar Palace" were engraved on it. Within the palace there was a chain of palaces, with corridors connecting them. There was a tall platform in the main palace. Below the main seat were several seats, and below it stood a row of armored soldiers. There were also tens of Taoists standing there. They were all dressed in feathered robes and had their hair tied up in a bun. They were extremely beautiful, and yet they all had looks of panic on their faces. There were faint thunderclouds in the sky of the grotto heaven, and a kind of terror instantly engulfed the entire grotto heaven. Every living being in the grotto heaven trembled. Only those in the palace had a water mirror that clearly reflected the thunderclouds and the 3 fireballs above the Taoist temple. Someone stepped forward and asked, "Patriarch, the heavenly thunder is so strong. Although our paradise is not in the mortal world, the aftershocks of the thunder are causing us to feel uneasy. Why is that?" Chapter 317. When one of the Taoists on the platform heard this, his face fell. The place where the lightning tribulations took place was within dark Altarsek's mountain range. Although it's only a corner of the mountain range, it's still within it. If it wasn't for the lightning tribulations, we would have overlooked it. Now that the truth has been revealed, we know that for the past 10 years, there's been a mysterious force that has been influencing our sect from the shadows. It seems like this fireball has something to do with it. We have to investigate this matter thoroughly. Before he could finish his sentence, a Taoist on the left stood up and shouted, "The heavenly tribulations are descending." The only thing that remained was the water mirror. A bolt of lightning that had been brewing for a long time could be seen striking down. It was so bright that it seemed like everything was going to be destroyed. As the bolt of lightning struck down, the seemingly powerful fireball shattered into pieces. The entire Taoist temple then exploded. Boom! Although it wasn't directed at the paradise, the entire paradise shook violently. The red light that had been raining down from the sky was extinguished. After some time, the light returned to normal. "Quick, report the damage," the Taoist in the middle shouted out. "Although it wasn't directed at us, the paradise was affected. Patriarch, please take a look." The water mirror lit up once more. Within the paradise, numerous cracks had appeared. Black chi seeped into the cracks, carrying with it the aura of the underworld. "Quick, repair it. We cannot let the chi leak out." The few Taoists on the platform made their decision. A beam of red and yellow light shot out from the top of the mountain, turning into a thin mist that dissipated. The cracks on the ground started to repair themselves. After the repairs were completed, they looked around and saw that the sky was calm. The red light in the sky was getting brighter as well. One of the Taoists bowed down to the Taoist on the throne. "Sect leader, although it's been repaired, we've expended much of our energy. We have to investigate this matter thoroughly." The Taoist who was addressed as sect leader looked like a young man. At first, his face could be seen clearly. However, when they looked closer, they couldn't see him clearly. He then spoke out, "Chongxian, we're no longer alive. The yin and yang barrier is too strong, and it's hard to interfere. Are you alive, or are you an earth immortal? Why don't you investigate this?" Chongxian stood up and replied, "Yes, sect leader." A bright light flashed across the sky, followed by the sound of thunder. Rain started to pour down. The blind Taoist had been unconscious for a few minutes before he woke up. He turned around and saw that although it was raining heavily, the fire in the Taoist temple had yet to be extinguished. He also saw a few charred corpses and thought to himself, "The people inside are dead. I'm afraid even their souls are gone." But he was still unwilling to give up. Seeing that the heavy rain had dispersed a lot of the dark clouds, he gathered his courage and approached the side hall. He saw that the side hall had almost exploded and was almost razed to the ground. Only the foundation was charred black and there were a few things left. He searched the ruins for a while and only found a fragment of an iron anchor. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. The blind Taoist knew that he was in trouble. He looked at the direction of dark Altar Mountain and gritted his teeth. He then picked up the fragment and walked away. The rain continued to pour down as the blind Taoist stumbled along the mountain path. All of a sudden, a muffled sound could be heard. The blind Taoist wiped the rainwater off his forehead and turned around to look. He saw a ray of light in the distance. His heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly retracted his gaze. He didn't dare to look again and continued to walk away. Pinggu County Magistrate's Office. Several days later, the last resistance in the city had been extinguished. Things had come to an end, and the entire city had regained some of its liveliness. The magistrate's office had a signboard on the wall, and a drum was hung on the main door. Soldiers were everywhere, and yet the interior was lit up with colorful lanterns. As for the banquet inside, although it had been through the chaos of battle, it was still more than enough. Pei Ziyun walked out and walked along the corridor of the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The generals and officials of the 7th rank and above entered the main hall. The rest of the people were seated at the bottom of the stairs. Needless to say, the dishes were plentiful. The prefecture governor who had surrendered sat on one side, while Chen Yong sat on the opposite side. The prefecture governor was Tianmin. He raised his cup and congratulated Pei Ziyun. The Taoist has quelled the rebellion. It's only been 2 months, and the 3 counties have been conquered. The rebel leaders have been defeated. This is all thanks to the Taoist strategy. I wouldn't dare. This is the fortune of His Majesty, and the fortune of our dynasty. Pei Ziyun replied humbly as he downed his cup. At that moment the entire atmosphere relaxed. The prefecture governor clapped his hands, and a young lady appeared. It was the beginning of summer, and the air of spring was thick. Her dress was thin and delicate, and she danced gracefully in the air. Behind the veil, a musician was singing and singing softly. All the officials and generals forced a smile on their faces. Some of them were full of worries, while others were trying their best to please the Taoist. However, at this point in time, they had no choice but to put on a happy expression. The soldiers of the imperial court were much more relaxed. They ate and drank to their heart's content, and drank to their heart's content. Before long, they were drunk. Many of the generals had heated gazes as they looked at the young lady before them. Pei Ziyun squinted his eyes, and at this point, he could hear the singing. Do you not see, the waters of the Yellow River came from the heavens, and flowed into the sea, never to return? Do you not see, the bright mirror in the hall grieves for white hair, like fine black hair in the morning, like snow in the evening? Do you not see, the golden goblet is empty against the moon? I am born with a purpose, 1,000 pieces of gold will come back again. I will sing a song with you, and ask you to listen to me. Bells, drums, dishes, and jade are not expensive, but I hope that I will never wake up. Since ancient times, sages have always been lonely. The song was written by Pei Ziyun himself, and was sung by the people of the world. Even the boorish generals who listened to the music gradually calmed down. In front of such a beautiful woman, it would be a lie to not be moved. However, military discipline was very strict. When the song ended, everyone stood up and shouted, "Let's drink to our heart's content. May the Taoist be victorious, and may the world be at peace." Pei Ziyun drank another mouthful of wine and waved his hands. The musicians and the young ladies all retreated. The entire banquet hall was silent, and the atmosphere was tense. Chen Yong stood up and asked Pei Ziyun, "Taoist, since Pinggu County has surrendered, should we attack Anyong County?" The prefecture chief, Tianmin, was secretly intoxicated with wine and women. He retreated just like that, which was a sign of military discipline. When he heard Pei Ziyun's words, he bowed and replied, "Taoist, your subordinate is willing to surrender." Pei Ziyun raised his cup, as the wine swirled in his cup. After some time, he spoke. Jibei Ho only had 5 counties. Now that 3 counties have fallen, the war has reached a critical juncture. If not for King Lu's incident, our army would have taken advantage of the fact that 3 counties have fallen and attacked Anyong County. The remaining 2 counties would have surrendered without a fight. Even if there was resistance, it wouldn't amount to much. Then we'll attack the capital, and take care of Jibei Ho. But if we attack Anyong County, Jibei Ho would definitely retreat back to the capital. Although he would still be defeated, The capital is very strong. I'm afraid we won't be able to conquer it for a long time. If it's short, it'll take a few months. If it's long, it'll take half a year." Of course, this wasn't a problem. The imperial court can wait, and so can the crown prince. But now that King Lu's incident has happened, the imperial court doesn't want the north and south to be in chaos. The crown prince and the emperor are getting impatient. Although the original plan was good, it can't be carried out. Our army has 30,000 men, and 6,000 of them have surrendered. I've also transferred another 6,000 soldiers from the nearby counties. Even if we take into account some of the injured soldiers, we still have 40,000 men. Immediately order the entire army to rest and recuperate for the next 7 days. Also, order the armors and weapons to be shipped here. Once we've rested, we shall wage war against Ji-Bei-Ho. At this critical juncture, the difference in strength between us and Ji-Bei-Ho isn't that great. Ji-Bei-Ho is a valiant general on the battlefield and knows this. Although he's been besieging the city for a month, he's only left with 40,000 men. Compared to the 55,000 men we have gathered in Chi-Bei County, this is his only chance. If we retreat to the capital, the remaining 2 counties will surrender without a fight. When that happens, Ing Prefecture will become a lone city. Although we can hold out longer, we won't stand a chance at all. Hence, if we retreat to Chi-Bei County, Ji-Bei-Ho will definitely stay there and fight the final battle with us. Chun Yong's face was full of excitement as he said, "Yes, Taoist master. I will go prepare for the final battle right away." Governor Tianmin was somewhat disappointed. At this point, Pei Ziyun turned around and looked at the governor. "Your Excellency Tian, I have something I need you to do. I await Dao Master's orders." Tianmin bowed as he spoke. It's true that the army has gathered to wage war against Ji-Bei-Ho. However, that doesn't mean that it's impossible to persuade them to surrender. I'll give you 1,000 men, and you can persuade them to surrender to the other 2 counties. If you succeed, I will report this to the imperial court. Not only will you be absolved of your crimes, you will also be promoted," Pei Ziyun said. Hearing this, Tianmin was overjoyed. "Thank you, Dao Master, I will accomplish this task." Pei Ziyun and Yu Yunjun were taking a stroll together. Under the moonlight, Yu Yunjun's skin was as white as snow, as though it was coated with a layer of light. She looked calm and composed, but her eyes were filled with worry as she asked, "About this matter, do you have any confidence?" When Pei Ziyun heard this, he laughed. "Of course I'm confident. Now that the 3 counties have fallen, Ji-Bei-Ho's power is gone. My army has gathered 40,000 men, and 50,000 men have arrived at North Enlightenment County. We can break through this easily. Besides, I have a plan. I've left an ambush on the battlefield in North Enlightenment County." Seeing that there was no one around, Pei Ziyun spoke softly. "In front of North Enlightenment County, we will set up camp at a fixed location. I've already buried a batch of gunpowder in the best camp. All it takes is a little spark to blow it up." "You thought of this from the start? How powerful is it?" Yu Yunjun did not expect Pei Ziyun to have such foresight, and asked in surprise. "I've thought of it from the start. Look carefully at my setup. At first, I used an iron net to restrict and compress Ji-Bei-Ho's position. Next, I'll use it to break through and open up the situation in North Enlightenment County. Once North Enlightenment County falls, Ji-Bei-Ho will definitely attack. Hence, I buried a batch of gunpowder. Of course, this batch isn't that powerful, and won't kill anyone. It's just a big firecracker. In the past, when the army was at its peak, and their morale was high, it would only cause a ruckus. But now that the 3 counties have fallen, and the siege has failed, the casualties are heavy. The morale and stamina of the entire enemy army is at its limit. Once the explosion is heard in the middle of the night, we will take the opportunity to charge into the camp. The enemy will definitely be defeated. When Yu Yunjun heard this, she nodded her head and heaved a sigh of relief. She then turned around to look at Pei Ziyun's profile, and suddenly thought of Chu Xia. She couldn't help but sigh. Who wouldn't admire such a man? Pei Ziyun couldn't say this out loud. Instead, he said, although your disciple, Liao Qingyi, is still young, she was able to learn Dao arts very quickly. It looks like she's like you in terms of Dao arts, and is much stronger than Chu Xia. Chu Xia's talents aren't bad either. With some accumulation and luck, there's still hope for her to open the gates of heaven. Pei Ziyun laughed. Liao Qingyi was a three-leaf cultivator, and was naturally extremely talented. Pei Ziyun was just relying on the system. Looking at the clear moonlight, he suddenly had a thought. At this point, how will King Lu and Xie Qingdong deal with this new situation? Chapter 318. Qin Prefecture. King Lu's palace general Su Guang was a middle-aged man of about 40 years of age. His eyebrows were straight, and he exuded a strong killing intent. At this point, he led a dozen of his personal guards towards King Lu's palace. He had a determined and slightly tanned face as he looked ahead. King Lu's palace was right in front of him. This used to be the Lu Palace of the previous dynasty. Due to its location, the area was naturally larger than the palace of the Lu Palace in the capital. The courtyard was thick and dense, with cobblestone roads. Between the shadows of the trees and the shade of the flowers, the pavilions and pavilions were all hidden within. The palace walls were continuous, and one could faintly see the armored soldiers inside. Su Guang shuddered and pulled his horse to a stop. The deputy general raised his hand, and all the bodyguards stopped in their track. Only then did the deputy general approach Su Guang and asked in a low voice, "General, are you worried?" A gust of wind blew past his face as Su Guang paused for some time. That's right. At this juncture, not only did King Lu refuse to close his doors and wait for the imperial envoy, he even summoned the general. His intentions are hard to predict. When the deputy general heard this, he whispered, "General, since the prince's mansion is not friendly, it's best if you don't go in." Su Guang fell silent, as a struggle appeared in his eyes. After some time, he sighed, "There's no other way. King Lu has decreed that the 3 prefectures are under control. Before the imperial court decides to strip you of your authority, it's only right for me to meet you. I have no choice but to go. If I don't go, it means I'm disobeying orders, and you can take me down immediately." Su Guang frowned as he spoke. The horse beneath him seemed to have sensed his unease, and began to dig the ground. Sigh. When the deputy general heard this, he sighed. Naturally, he understood his superior's dilemma. "But General, we need to be prepared." Su Guang rubbed his temples before speaking out. "That's right. We have to take precautions. It's just that King Lu wouldn't dare to kill me. Once I'm imprisoned or dismissed from my post, I want you to return to command the army. Apart from the imperial court's orders and the imperial envoy's orders, you are not to listen to anyone else. With the army in my hands, I will have peace." "Understood," the deputy general replied. Su Guang paused before closing his eyes. If King Lu really rebels, then that's fate. The deputy general didn't say a word as Su Guang led his personal guards forward. Half a street away from King Lu's palace. When they arrived at the front of the palace, they saw that the gates were wide open. There were guards standing guard in front of the gates. They were all clad in armor, and just looking at them made one feel a chill down their spine. Feeling uneasy, Su Guang alighted from his horse and entered with his 2 bodyguards. "General Su, please follow me." An imperial bodyguard stepped forward to lead the way. Once inside, he saw that there were sentries every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps along the walls. Along the way, there were many armored soldiers. All of them had their swords in their hands and did not look sideways. It was so tight that even a fly would not be able to fly through. Su Guang sensed that something was amiss and hesitated for a moment before he heard the expressionless Imperial Guard urging him, "General Su, please hurry up. His Highness has been waiting for a long time." When Su Guang heard this, he started to feel vexed and remorseful. It was just that he couldn't return to King Lu's palace, which was filled with Imperial Guards. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down before he reached the main hall. An Imperial Guard arrived at the main hall to report the arrival of the Imperial Guard. Seeing that everything was normal and orderly, Su Guang felt more at ease. He then thought to himself, perhaps King Lu doesn't have any intentions of rebelling. Just as he was deep in thought, the eunuch arrived at the door and said, "General Su, His Highness requests your presence." Su Guang straightened his robes in front of the main hall, in order to avoid any loss of decorum. 2 of his personal guards remained outside the door. When they entered the main hall, they bowed to King Lu. General Su Guang pays his respects to King Lu. When King Lu heard this, he raised his hand. "General, you may dispense with the formalities. It looks like you're still in good spirits. It's just that you've become tanned and skinnier. It's a good thing that you're strict with your troops, but you still have to take care of your body." Su Guang thanked him and calmed himself down. He then stole a glance at King Lu and noticed that he was dressed in a grand prince's robe. He had pearls on his crown, with narrow sleeves and a dragon embroidered on his shoulders. Actually, he didn't look much different from a Canton prince. The only difference was that he had 8 Eastern pearls, while the crown prince had 9. He then thought to himself, King Lu seems different from before. There's an indescribable aura about him. He's sitting upright and has an air of authority about him. It's different from the emperor. Su Guang composed himself before asking, "I wonder what instructions does King Lu have for me?" King Lu had a cold smile on his face as he replied, "There are some things I wanted to say later. But since you've asked, it's better to be direct." He then looked at Su Guang. "My emperor father has many despicable people by his side. They persecute the loyal subjects and mislead the emperor. I wish to raise my troops to rid the emperor's side of evil. I wish to raise my troops to support the virtuous officials and to help the people under heaven." General Su Guang, are you willing to follow me? Some failed to rid the emperor's side of evil officials, while others succeeded. It had long since become synonymous with rebellion. Although Su Guang was prepared for this, when he heard these words, he couldn't help but shiver in fear. His face turned pale. At this point, the entire hall was silent. It was as quiet as an ancient tomb. Su Guang felt a heavy weight pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. There was only one thought in his mind: King Lu really wants to rebel. At this point, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Should he submit to King Lu, or sacrifice himself? Or should he beg for death? Or should he wait for his subordinates to save him? Within seconds, his entire body was drenched in sweat, and his undergarments were stuck to his body. "Official Su, how is it?" King Lu asked as he picked up a cup of tea. Su Guang's face flushed red as he hardened his heart. "Your Majesty, please be careful with your words. Now that the world is under control, the people are at peace. How can there be any treacherous officials around? I think it's the treacherous officials who are trying to bewitch you. Your Majesty, please don't make a mistake. Who's a treacherous official and who's a treacherous official will be judged by future generations. Su Guang, do you submit to King Lu or not?" Eunuch Liao spoke out coldly. Hearing the words of Eunuch Liao, Su Guang's blood boiled as he glared at the eunuch with hatred. He then shouted out, "The emperor wielded his sword and conquered the lands. Nobody dared to defy him. Now that you're a eunuch, why are you bewitching King Lu? You and the eunuch are treacherous officials, treacherous officials." Su Guang. Eunuch Liao's face flushed red as he screamed out, "How dare you! Treacherous official, you shall die a horrible death." Su Guang hardened his heart and wasn't afraid anymore. He then spat out a mouthful of saliva onto the ground. King Lu wasn't angry as he laughed. Looks like you're speaking up for the treacherous officials in the court. It's a pity that I can't keep you around. A soft sigh fell into Su Guang's ears, and was like a clap of thunder. The hair on his body stood on end. He then heard two pawpaw sounds as King Lu clapped his hands together. At that point, there was a loud battle cry as soldiers appeared from both sides of the hall. They were filled with killing intent. Su Guang had already handed over his blade when he entered the hall. At this point, he was unarmed and retreated several steps. One of the soldiers charged forward, and the blade flashed as fast as lightning, showing no mercy at all. But halfway through the flash of the saber, Su Guang's figure flashed diagonally and pounced forward. The armored soldier immediately suffered a heavy blow and fell to the ground. Su Guang's hand moved and snatched the saber away. With the blade in his hand, Su Guang didn't back down. His blade flashed like lightning as he charged towards the soldier. Clang, 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 the blade flashed as it pierced through the gaps between the soldiers. The three soldiers groaned as they fell to the ground, fresh blood splattering everywhere. They then pounced towards King Lu like a tiger. King Lu, I'm sorry to offend you. Su Guang didn't pounce, but when he did, he was like a bolt of lightning. King Lu didn't retreat as he laughed. I've long heard of General Su's blade techniques. When you joined the army, you were just a small soldier. You relied on your blade techniques to carve out a path for yourself. Now that I look at it, you're truly a tiger. What a pity. A group of 5 soldiers appeared beside King Lu. Their faces were expressionless as their blade energy pierced through Su Guang's skin. I'm invincible. Kill. The blade flashed as soon as it made contact. The 3 soldiers fell to the ground. Su Guang's body had a new wound as fresh blood spurted out. General Su is indeed a tiger. However, my soldiers aren't cattle or sheep. King Lu's tone was calm and cold. How long can you last? Another group of soldiers pounced forward as they drew their blades. At that point, the entire hall was filled with sparks as blood spurted out. At this point, Su Guang felt a chill run down his spine as he tumbled to the side. He saw a Taoist holding a sword in his hand. He had an otherworldly aura about him. He had stabbed Su Guang with his sword. Su Guang pointed at him and cursed. So it was you Taoists who bewitched King Lu and interfered with the affairs of the court. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the heavens? When the Taoist heard Su Guang's words, he laughed. I'm acting on King Lu's orders. How could I face the wrath of the heavens? Besides, we're following King Lu to support the good officials and the people under him. This is a great merit. We're truly bringing peace to the world. This is what the heavens will remember. Shameless! Su Guang's face was flushed red as he cursed. The Taoist closed in on him. All of a sudden, his sword flashed with a strange light, like a spider or a venomous snake. Clang, 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 the sound of the sword rang out as the Taoist retreated several steps back. However, he didn't give up. This caused Su Guang to be unable to extricate himself. The soldiers around him took the opportunity to charge forward and slashed at him. Kill! Su Guang killed several soldiers. However, 3 blades had already pierced deep into his body. As he pulled them out, fresh blood spurted out. Su Guang screamed out as he moved closer to King Lu. The soldiers wanted to kill him, but King Lu waved his hands. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. King Lu didn't move an inch as he stared coldly at the approaching soldiers. On the 4th step, Su Guang, who was covered in blood, finally knelt down. He stretched out both his hands, as if he wanted to grab something. His vision was pitch black. His outstretched hands sank down as his heavy body fell to the ground. His entire body twitched as he took his last breath. Pooh! The Taoist spat out a mouthful of blood as well, as he used his sword to support himself. His face was pale as he mumbled to himself, Taoist, when did you become a Taoist? It's just that I killed a general, and even had the king's life. I've suffered from the backlash. Outside King Lu's palace, the deputy general listened attentively. He could hear shouts of killing and the footsteps of the soldiers around him. His face fell as he pulled on the reins of his horse. Quick, let's go. The soldiers were all on high alert as they turned around and left. The entire group of them ran towards the army camp. As they turned a corner, they saw a wine shop in front of them. It was a place that the deputy general liked to frequent. However, he wasn't in the mood to do so now. He shouted, "Quick, quick!" Just then, the window suddenly opened wide and a hoarse roar broke the uneasy silence. "Shoot!" The order was given. At that point, a sharp sound pierced through the air. Actually, the soldiers were prepared. However, they didn't have any shields or armor. Even if they were prepared, it would be useless. At that point, blood splattered everywhere. The deputy general was the target. 7 or 8 arrows pierced through his body, causing him to look like a porcupine. He fell off his horse and died instantly. Chapter 319. Boom! Cold rain fell from the skies, splashing onto the ground. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the entire area. Xie Dong held onto an umbrella as he walked along the stone path, towards the inner hall. Rainwater splashed onto the umbrella, causing it to splash everywhere. As he neared the hall, he could smell the stench of blood. Someone must have been killed here. Xie Dong thought to himself. It seemed like Su Guang hadn't obeyed and had been killed. Several soldiers carried 7 or 8 corpses out. Su Guang's body was among them. Xie Dong glanced at it once before he entered the hall. King Lu was seated, with eunuch Liao by his side. He had a look of anger on his face, as though he was speaking. When Xie Dong saw King Lu, he let out a soft as though he had detected something amiss. An eunuch stepped forward to receive the umbrella from Xie Dong and retreated to the side. As soon as he entered the hall, Xie Dong could smell the thick stench of blood. There were many bloodstains on the ground, as several eunuchs were washing the floor. "Daoist Xie, you're here." King Lu was speaking to eunuch Liao when he heard Xie Dong's arrival. He then raised his head and smiled. "Mr. Xie, you're here. Please take a seat." King Lu's expression seemed different, which made Xie Dong curious. When he looked at him, he let out a soft "eh." In Xie Dong's eyes, King Lu had undergone a huge change. His qi and energy seemed to be rising, as though he was blessed by the heavens. Xie Dong felt strange. King Lu's qi is indeed different from before. Could it be that the decision to rise up caused such a huge change? This is very different from what the sect had predicted. Where did this extra qi come from? Xie Dong thought to himself. He then heard King Lu ask, "Although I have control over 3 prefectures and 15,000 men, I'm not confident. Didn't Ji Bei Ho have control over 3 prefectures as well? I'm starting to feel uneasy. Mr. Xie, what do you have to say to me?" As King Lu spoke, he lifted his teacup and took a sip as he looked at Xie Dong. Feeling King Lu's gaze on him, Xie Dong pondered for a moment before he laughed. "King Lu, this is different." He cleared his throat and continued, "Your Highness, this is different. Ji Bei Ho is a subject, while you are the ruler. You have the right to rule over the lands. Moreover, Your Highness, do you still remember that we have been slandering the Crown Prince? They said that he seduced Imperial Father and even committed adultery with Imperial Mother. The death of the Empress was caused by this person." Xie Dong looked at the bloodstains on the ground and said, "This is a vicious scheme, I naturally remember it." King Lu had a strange look on his face. Although he wasn't the son of the Empress, he was still a prince. He then said, "But what does that have to do with what we're doing now?" Xie Dong laughed. "Your Highness, with these foreshadowing, some things will come naturally. Of course, there is a relationship between them. Your Highness must have a reason to start the army. The reason is, the Crown Prince's adultery with the Empress and the Imperial harem has been exposed. In desperation, he has imprisoned the Emperor. Now, Your Highness is not only cleaning up the side of the Emperor, but also mobilizing the army to rescue the Emperor. Hiss. Eunuch Liao, who was by King Lu's side, sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with shock, as if Xie Qingdong had turned into a monster. His Majesty's ministers may not believe these words, but what about the others? As long as Your Highness's army is successful, even if it's fake, it will become real. Xie Qingdong raised his head and swept a glance across the room. Seeing that Eunuch Liao was astonished, he didn't seem to mind. He then spoke to King Lu. King Lu, what do you think? King Lu leaned forward and replied, I've thought of this as well. But my Emperor father is still here. All he needs to do is to issue an edict. Xie Qingdong looked at the change in King Lu's expression and laughed. King Lu, when the time comes, we can say that this is a fake edict by the Crown Prince. King Lu, this title doesn't really matter if it's real or fake. In fact, apart from the ignorant commoners, most people don't believe it. But without this title, King Lu's army would be considered a rebellion. There's no room for negotiation. With this title, it doesn't matter if it's a county or a local army, as long as King Lu wins the war, they would have a reason to surrender. Furthermore, even if we fail, these officials would have an excuse. We're not traitors, it's just that we trusted King Lu wrongly. King Lu stood up and paced back and forth. His expression was unreadable. Many things were easy to do, but when it came time to actually do it, it was extremely difficult. Eunuch Liao stood there with his hands by his sides as he looked at King Lu, waiting for his decision. Boom! Outside the hall, a thunderous sound rang out. Xie Qingdong couldn't help but frown. The rebellion should be carried out sooner rather than later. He stared at King Lu for some time, and could tell what King Lu was worried about. Your Majesty, the Emperor's health isn't good, and he might not be able to show his face in public. Besides, the arrow must be fired. If we kill Su Guang, there's no way out for us. The most important thing is this. Forgive me for saying something disgraceful. The various towns have been dissatisfied with the removal of the vassal state for a long time. The problem is that they don't have a reason to do so. What we're doing now is giving them a title. Once we have a title, some of the towns would respond to King Lu's call to attack the Crown Prince. This is beneficial to King Lu, but also detrimental. If King Lu succeeds, you can take advantage of this opportunity to become a dragon. But if you fail, you'll ruin the world. Xie Qingdong then continued, hence, whether or not we have a title, and whether or not we use this plan, are two completely different matters. This concerns the fate of the world, and cannot be neglected. As for the specifics, I'll leave it to King Lu to decide. These words caused everyone present to be moved. King Lu paused before he raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot as he spoke. Good, let's use this banner. Also, didn't Ji Bei Ho say that he's following my orders? Then let's officially appoint someone as the Ji Country Duke. Let's see if he accepts it. Once he made his decision, King Lu acted decisively. That's great. Xie Qingdong clapped his hands as he spoke. Many people didn't know the power of a title. Thinking back to when Han Xian was hailed by Shao He as the unparalleled scholar of the nation, Liu Bang commented, "Every battle is a victory, and every attack is a victory. I'm not as good as Han Xian." After pacifying Wei, he defeated Dai and Zhao. He then proceeded to the north to subdue Yan. He led his troops to attack Qi and took down Linzi. He then annihilated Long at the Wei River. He then led 200,000 Chu soldiers to surround and annihilate the Chu army. He even forced Xiang Yu to commit suicide. However, such a person was stripped of his military authority, and even his entire clan was wiped out. This world didn't have a Han Xian, but there were dozens of people who were similar to him. Once Ji Bei Ho received this title, he would be treated as King Lu's subordinate. In the future, if anyone wanted to fight against King Lu, they would have to bow down to him. This was needless to say. Capital City, Imperial Palace. It was early summer, and the afternoon sun shone down upon the land. The trees were green and the roof tiles were yellow. The clouds were white and the walls were red. Birds flew past and left their shadows behind. The entire place was filled with life, and the trees were green. The palace maids had changed into thin dresses, and the eunuchs were bustling about. Sleeping quarters. Several rows of imperial guards were patrolling and changing shift. Several eunuchs stood by the door, waiting for orders. The crown prince led a few officials to the West Hall to receive their meals. Gu Sun didn't speak a single word during the meal. The few eunuchs served the crown prince attentively, but none of them had the mood to do so. After a few mouthfuls, they were done. The crown prince then brought his men to the outer chambers. The bookshelves were arranged in a picturesque manner, and there were layers upon layers of yellow curtains. The corridors were filled with palace maids and eunuchs. The crown prince didn't look at the outer chambers, and entered the sleeping quarters to serve the emperor. The emperor was lying on his bed, and his face was pale. He coughed from time to time. The crown prince served the emperor carefully and spoke softly. "Emperor Father, Yuan County and Peaceful Lake County have been pacified. The rebel army has been weakened, and will be eradicated in a matter of days. Please rest and recuperate. The imperial court and your son still depend on you." Looking at the old emperor, the crown prince felt a sense of sadness in his heart. He picked up some good news and told it to the emperor. However, this was the truth. He then told the emperor everything that had happened in Ying Prefecture. He then bowed down and waited for the emperor's orders. Cough, cough, the emperor stood up, and the crown prince hurriedly helped him up. The emperor then sat up and said, "This news is not bad. I am old, and my body is getting weaker and weaker. My energy is getting weaker as well. You shall stay by my side and manage the government affairs. In the future, if there's any military situation, and my energy is getting weaker and weaker, you can make your own decisions. However, you have to discuss it with the other officials." Crown Prince, although these officials are not pure officials, they are people who have been through thick and thin. There's no harm in listening to their opinions. "Yes, your son understands." The Crown Prince agreed. The Emperor thought for some time before saying, "It's just that Pei Ziyun is a Taoist, and should not be placed in an important position. Taoists are outsiders after all." Hearing these words, the Crown Prince paused, as if he didn't know how to explain himself. He then said, "Yes, your son understands." The Crown Prince had his doubts, but didn't probe further. Seeing this, the Emperor understood his son's personality. He then sighed, "Crown Prince, I know that you are kind and compassionate. If a Taoist doesn't have any dermic powers, you can talk about the Tao in his spare time, and treat it as entertainment. However, these people have real abilities. They can't be harmed by knives or axes, nor can they be burned by fire or drowned by water. They also have all sorts of special skills. Although they don't mention the nobles, it's not just their skills. There's also the scheming and scheming of the people, causing them to unknowingly fall into a trap. Just look at the incident with the supporting dragon court. Although it seems like it's a win-win situation, the truth is that there's a lot of evil within. It's no wonder the ancestors of the previous dynasty used this as a reference, and executed 10 Taoists as a warning to the future generations. The Emperor sighed deeply and said, "After I've conquered the world, I flipped through the records of the previous dynasty. I'm afraid that although the previous dynasty had learned from the mistakes of the previous dynasty, they were still at a disadvantage in this aspect." At the end of the previous dynasty, there was a plan to slay the hidden dragon. The Taoist who was in charge of this plan and the officials were indeed loyal to the country. However, there were traces of a Taoist within. Although they managed to slay the hidden dragon, they also took away the last bit of the previous dynasty's blessing. The outcome was tragic. Taoists have special skills and are hard to control. If they were to wield power and authority, it would be even easier for them to cause chaos. Pei Ziyun's military strategies, I don't have the strength to look at them in detail. However, I can feel that they are strange and unpredictable. It's good that they can help you, Crown Prince, but what if they have other intentions? Do you have any way to control them, or even to deal with them? The Emperor stared at the Crown Prince, and saw that the Crown Prince was sweating profusely. He wanted to say something else, but suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He then leaned against the pillow. Crown Prince, think carefully about what I'm saying. This isn't just my own understanding, it's the lessons of the previous emperors. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.